Stream phase.
Good evening and welcome to another stream on my channel, and this time I'm doing Sega games. I've done some Sega games in the past, but I've never done a proper long 3-hour stream dedicated to Sega as far as I know. The Sega stream I did was a very short one to demonstrate some progress. Quite a while now. I think I did it on Twitch rather than YouTube even. So yeah, it's been a while. So as you can see, I've rethemed the place up here with a bit of Sega all over the place, and I've spent the day trying to sort of make it easier to do themes for the whole thing rather than just the intro cards. So maybe in the future I'll be retheming things a bit more, but we'll see. So we've got plenty of people in the chat already. So let me just scroll back. Cow is here early. Thomas was the first one here, who is telling me it is pronounced MAME, which it actually is. Yes, it's not pronounced MAME, but outside of Italy, everybody does just say MAME. So to most of us it's MAME, but if you're in Italy, yeah, they'll say MAME, and it's an Italian project, so maybe we should be saying MAME. Anyway, Aussie guys here too, Mitchell, Bob, the Ogre. The Ogre provides all the timestamps on the videos when they're finished. A very useful service he does. We've got MAME Mania, and who else we got? We've got Evie, my other half. We've got Mo Burma. We've got R09. We've got Mr. Midas 2K, No Joto, Santeri, Yes I'm Marty, Robert Lombardi, Christian, and I hope I've not missed anybody because my chat is jumping all over the Warfast. I hope, yeah, so my chat's jumping all over the place. But anyway, it's nice to see all of you, and I hope you're all doing well. So many names I recognise from previous streams, and that's always good. I'm always glad when people think that, you know, they enjoyed what they saw and want to come back and see a bit more. So anyway, yeah, it's a Sega special. I'll be looking at maybe some more obscure choices, Sega games on platforms you might not expect Sega games on, but we'll see. I've got a little list. Yeah, so anyway, I can't really play Dolphin Blue, Robert. It's a Thomas Wave thing, and MAME doesn't really do a good job of a Thomas Wave, unfortunately. The Setter special was last time, a few days ago. No Joto. But anyway, okay, so let me switch to the correct view, which is the horizontal view. Let me full screen the game, and we'll be starting with Flicky, which is one of Sega's early 80s games. TeddyBoy Blues is one of my planned games. Yes, Wolfaz. So, yeah. Flicky, like many Sega IPs, really wasn't used to its full potential. That's what I'll say with Flicky. It got ports to a lot of Japanese home systems at the time, but outside of Japan, it wasn't until, say, 1991, I think, it got a Mega Drive port. There was an SG-1000 port before that, which we'll probably look at in a bit, which you may have played outside of Japan. But that's kind of rough. So, yeah, Sega left this one really on Japanese home systems and in the arcades for a long time. And by the time it came to the Mega Drive, nobody really cared that much about simple games like this. So a lot of people may not have fully experienced Flicky, but it's a really good fun scrolling platform game from the early 80s. And you've got to collect all the birds, avoid the birds being stolen by the cats, don't touch the cats yourself. You can attack the cats by picking up those objects and throwing them, but yeah, leave the birds to the exit. And the jump mechanics, you know, all the birds jump in an arch around you, so you've got to be careful, time your jumps, make sure you don't get any of the birds caught by the cats. Is this a Sonic 3D spin-off? Possibly, Bob. No, Sonic 3D should have been sold as a Flicky game, not a Sonic 3D. It's more about Flicky than about Sonic. Here we go. Look at all those. Look at all those evil Ottos I'm rescuing. Yeah, if you take one at a time, you don't get the big bonus. You just get 100 points per. What are they called? Pupitos? Something, I don't know. Yeah, it's quite similar to City Connection, isn't it? No Joto. Similar. City Connection has you going across a scrolling screen, changing the ground into a different colour. So City Connection's more like a horizontal crush roller, whereas this has you collecting these birds, which is a little more complex. Yeah, I think Bob was joking there, MAME Mania. But yeah, Sonic 3D Blast is subtitled Flicky's Island. But at least it is in some regions, and it should have been in all regions, because really it's a Flicky game. Working title is Flippy. I guess you do flip the objects at the cats. It's game over. Ed. Yeah. Pio, that's it. And defeat Nyan Nyan, which is, yeah, that Japanese word for cat, isn't it? Some of the Japanese cat terms like Nanineo, which was recently dumped. Yes, apparently cats are bad. I like the little elephants on the wall. It does kind of look like you're in some sort of play group, you know, children's play group with the wall art of the elephants, and it's got quite a childish look anyway, which I think some of the appeal of the game. It's not quite what I'd call a cute 'em up, but it is cute. I think there are cats in Mappy. I know you're the mouse in Mappy, aren't you? You're the police mouse. So I'm assuming there are some cats in there. Can't actually remember. I don't think any Laserdiscs are currently dumped to a proper archival standard. Still waiting on the Domesday stuff to get them all done. Now, this is one of those games where one of the main things that takes a bit of getting used to are the controls. There's a bit of momentum on your movement, and the way you move in the air it gives the player a little character. When you know, you glide a little bit, you float a little bit. You have a lot of control, but at the same time, there's a lot of momentum into it. The hardware of this is Sega System 1, Sega System 2, which are very similar boards. Z80 based. In fact, I could easily make a point for saying these 8-bit Sega platforms are possibly their best in terms of 2D games. Obviously not if we're comparing the likes of, you know, these sprite scalers. This hardware can't compete at all. But in terms of simple, fun games, Sega were onto something with this 8-bit hardware. I think that was lost a little bit when they moved to the System 16-bit platforms. Because there's not really games like this after that. This hardware's got loads of good ones. The TeddyBoy Blues was mentioned earlier. That's another fun 2D game. I wonder what point they changed it to Flicky then. I mean, instead of Flippy. Yeah, the level layouts do get slightly more complex. You'll notice they all loop around, so I mean they're only about just over a screen wide each level. So if you work out how to move along the level, you're pretty good. But yeah, they do get slightly more complex, like that one. Oh, you enjoyed this one on the Genesis, did you, MAME Mania? I always got sort of the impression nobody really liked it on the Genesis. It tended to get overlooked. But it's good to know that you know, you enjoyed it there. The problem is, you know, you could walk into a shop at that point and buy sort of Sonic 2, I think. So most people are going to go, well, I'll get Sonic 2. You know, why would I get an old arcade game? Because at that point it wasn't that old, so it wasn't really considered a classic. It was just an oldish, dated-looking game. Unfortunately, at least that's the impression people I knew gave, and nobody really wanted to play it. You know, it's one where you maybe rented it once and then wondered why you rented it and didn't find much enjoyment in it. It's strange how times have really changed, and these days things like this are considered classics that absolutely should be played. Give me my... No, got caught. I don't usually make it to round 9. This is... I'm feeling dizzy. The Mega Drive game is just a port. It's not even a very good port. It's missing a lot of the presentation. It's the colours are less vibrant. It's not got the attract sequence. It's a very bare bones port of the game, from what I can tell. This is... I've been trying to compile a top 100 games list, no Johto, and this one is on my top 100 list. Hey Robert, welcome. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, I mentioned these things in the the write-up I'm doing for that top list. I mentioned that, you know, a lot of people didn't get to experience this because it didn't get home ports to any of the 8-bit computers or the Amiga or anything like that. Outside of Japan, it really didn't get ported much. I don't understand that. I would have thought that, you know, US Gold or somebody like that would have picked it up in the 80s and given the Spectrum and CPC and C64 versions of this. But I'm not even sure anybody's done homebrew versions of it in the meantime. So, I don't know. Anyway, Flicky is a good fun one. Now, I mentioned there was a port to an earlier Sega system. For some reason, it didn't get a Master System port, but it did get an SG-1000 port. So we're going to briefly look at the SG-1000 port of it. And I say briefly because it's not the best port in the world. So yeah, this is what the SG-1000, which was sort of the predecessor to the Master System, got. They got this version of Flicky. Again, bare bones title screen. Sounds intact, but it's flickery and it's kind of slow, and the jump physics are off. It's very difficult to jump where you want to jump, and you see the cats are just disappearing because of the sprite limits. I suppose if you get used to the different physics on this one, it could be alright to play. Yeah, I think it's trying to push the SG-1000 a bit too hard. I mean, maybe this is why it didn't get a Master System port, because the sprite limits are always going to... I jumped into a cat I didn't even see because of the graphic flicker. Because the Master System didn't have great sprite limits either. In fact, they're pretty much the same, I think. So maybe Sega didn't feel until the Mega Drive was out it was worth doing another port of this. I don't know. But you notice you have to take them to the top on this one, which is odd. It's like the start position at the top is the door. It's not the same as the arcade level design. Yeah, I'm thinking it must be something to do with the sprite limit. They probably just didn't feel the Master System could do a significantly better job. Probably too much flicker still. I mean, I might look at some other SG-1000 games during the stream, but I did want to have a look at this one because, again, I mean, there was a chance you would have played this version before the Mega Drive version outside of Japan. But, you know, I'm pretty sure the home computers could have done a better job. Something like, I'm sure the C64 could have done a really good job. The CPC maybe could have done it a bit slow. Because obviously on the 8-bit computers, you've not really got to worry about sprite limits. You've just got to worry about making sure your code is fast enough to draw everything. The collisions on this are kind of bad with the platforms, I have to say. That's what frustrates me most trying to play this version, just trying to jump up to places. Starjacker. I might play the arcade Starjacker. That was on my list of fairly obscure Sega games. Yeah, the port of Flicky is... I struggle with this one. Again, I'm being killed by cats that are flickering too much to see. The bird does look horrifying, yes. Anyway, that was the SG-1000 port of Flicky that I thought, you know, why not have a quick look at? So... yeah, the sprite flicker was always a problem. I mean, there are ways of programming the game so that it wasn't as bad. You know, the audio flicker things in, prioritise certain sprites, but it still was a problem when you've got really low sprite limits. Even the Mega Drive sprite limits are pretty low, unfortunately. Anyway, let's talk about one where there's been an emulation improvement. Well, I say improvement, it's a minor thing really, but Space Harrier. Now watch carefully. Notice it says Intel 8751. That is the protection MCU that has been decapped and is now emulated. This 4, 3, 2, 1 screen is being done by the MCU. Previously that screen did not appear in MAME because the MCU wasn't emulated. The MCU is actually... the MCU has access to the full video bus and everything else, the CPU bus. So it's checksuming the main program ROMs and writing a counter to the screen while it does that before it starts up the actual 68K. So that's a minor thing, but it's always good to have these MCUs dumped. And I'm really surprised that nobody had ever reported that Space Harrier was missing that countdown. I mean, I would have thought somebody with the PCBs would have, you know, said, oh, Space Harrier is meant to have a countdown at startup and it's missing. But nobody ever did. So that was a bit of a surprise when hooking up the MCU decap. So, yeah.
Welcome to the fantasy zone.
Anyway, I think I'm throwing this down and going up. Now, this is an odd game too in the way the coin works. Every coin just gives you more lives. So look, I've got 12 lives, 15 lives, 18 lives, 21 lives. They don't really act like coins. You know, it's not... it just adds to your lives, which is different to most other games. And something that I don't think Sega did any other time to memory. I could be wrong though. The countdown is just checksumming the ROM as partially security. The MCU itself manages a bunch of flags in RAM, things like things that control bonus lives and the like, and also reading the controls. So the controls are now being read via the MCU emulation and then being passed to the 68K, which is what the actual PCB does. Before, MAME was having to simulate that and inject the control details straight into memory. Pretend there was an MCU there. So it allows it to run more like the PCB would be running it. It's a little thing, but again, these accuracy improvements, they all count. And if you wanted to repair an original Space Harrier, because the MCU had died, there's now a dump available to program into the MCU. The original non-revision A MCU in MAME now uses a hack version of the dump one because the things like the program checksum are stored in the MCU. So we've had to make a custom version for the non-A revision, which will need to be properly dumped at some point to verify it matches the one that was made up. But yeah, because obviously the checksum stored in the A revision one isn't the same as the checksum that's needed for the non-A revision.
Get ready.
Okay, I'll try and read some comments in a little bit. I'm already sort of not concentrating on the game. But yeah. I usually play this quite well. It's one of those strange games where I find the MAME's auto-centering makes it easier. And I say that I'm not playing too well at the moment. Well, so that's a very strange message when you respawn that new battle scenes will be available. It almost looks like it's sort of a prototype message, but it's not. It's just part of the game. I thought at first it was a bug, you know, something that was meant to only be shown on location test. But no, that message is part of the game. You have an unhealthy addiction to Sokoban. Now, one interesting thing with this game is there's footage from a Japanese location test that showed that it used to be a vertical game with an actual Harrier jet as the player character, not the flying guy here. Now, I don't think that version is ever going to show up because we've only ever seen one little video of it that was recorded, like, or was it even a photo from many, many years ago when the game was on test location, and nobody's ever indicated they've seen that version since. But it sounds like the game did go through a few stages of development where it was almost a very different game. But, hey Sean, no problem. I mean, I do like to show where there have been improvements, and especially things like this where it's going to help board owners as well, because, you know, chips are dying, MCU chips are dying. Getting them decapped is kind of important. There's only a handful of known Sega ones not currently dumped as well. There's more IVA MCUs that need dumping. They're a bit harder to find because every region uses a different MCU. Yeah, I did much better at this game earlier. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, there are. I noticed the Aussie guys mentioning ports of Space Harrier. It's one of those games that had a lot of really interesting ports. Actually, there's some that practically run in, almost in ASCII mode. You got Amstrad's CPC Space Harrier 2, which kind of takes a wireframe approach to the graphics and almost looks like it was a vector game. It's kind of funky. I'm not going to be playing all those ports. I might look at a good port of the game. One to the X68000 one at some point. But yeah, there were a lot of interesting ports. People trying to put Space Harrier on hardware that had no right to run Space Harrier. You can fire quite quickly if you smash the run. Get the bonus stage where you get to ride the dragon. Now, one thing that was noted when the protection MCU was studied is that it is also writing values into the sub-CPU RAM, the second 68K, and our protection simulation didn't do that. So we don't really know what that's for, if it's some unused protection they never implemented, or if there are going to be slight differences that we just never noticed. It's also another reason why getting the MCU stumped is so important. And why I worry about a lot of the System 32 games, actually, because a lot of those use suicide battery-based MCUs, and the protection simulations we got are really simple, to the point where I kind of think maybe they could be missing elements. Yeah, there's a really good video on YouTube. I can't remember which channel it is, but it compares the majority of the Space Harrier ports. Yeah, some of them are really ambitious, barely playable, but still interesting to see. So yeah, let me just pause and have a look at the chat briefly then. So, yeah, Aussie guy was saying Space Harrier is ported to the NES Famicom by Whiteboard Santos and published by Takara, and it originally started as a game based on Lika-chan, Takara's popular fashion doll. So that's interesting because the prototype footage we've seen has a vertical screen and what looks more like a Harrier jet. But maybe there's more to that. Maybe you could transform. Maybe it was like LED Storm, for all I know. I don't know if all official emulator releases got it wrong, RO9, and protection details are protection details. MAME was actually doing something wrong for quite a while, where you just get infinite lives at some point. Yeah. The interesting thing is the NES did get some Sega games. I don't know if we're looking at NES specifically, but yeah, that always surprised me. But a port of Flicky wouldn't have been out of the question to the NES, I'm sure. Anyway, yeah, I think the MZ700 port is the really creative one where everything's big blocks or something like that, isn't it? RO9. What are my thoughts on modern Sega games in Technopout versus pure emulation? I think that's going to be a mess we're going to have to clean up later, because a lot of those, I don't think that people are dumping proper disk images or anything else, and they're just all hacked up to run on PCs, and then I think those hacked versions are going to be bootlegged as arcade games, and it's just going to make a mess. I can't remember where it is, Wolfaz, and it was on a Twitter link quite a while ago. I think I posted it on one of Kim Justice's videos where she covered Space Harrier, though, because I know she really likes that game. So I might have to have a look around, see if I can find the link, but I don't have it on me, unfortunately. And apparently it was the 35th anniversary of Outrun the other day, according to Mo Burma. Anyway, are you sure you're posting the right channel there, Rob PL? Because Tor P Gum is the gambling set I just added. I don't think it's going to be the name of a YouTube channel.
Get ready.
Anyway, so that was Space Harrier. And yeah, I'd say that's one of Sega's classics. One of their sprite scalers, one of the games that Sega's ported all over the place, and is a well-loved game. And it deservedly so. I don't think I could put it in my top 100, but on another day I would have done. It's a really good game, that one. Yeah, MZ700 is text only. Does it run in MAME? Is it? I'm not sure this is in the. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be in the software list, so I can't play that one right now. I don't know why it's not in the software list, but apparently it is not in the MZ700 software list. Anyway, where shall we go now? I'm going to go with a Master System game that I think is better than... Well, it's got more fun than people give it credit for, at least for a short time. This is Galactic Protector. It's one of the games that uses the paddle controller, which is like an Arkanoid type controller if you're not familiar with it. And it's a very simple game, but as you can see, it's got a very emotional Earth. I think that's the appeal. It features Opa Opa, as you can see from the Fantasy Zone series. But other than that, it's just a rotate around the planet shooting things. Now, you can't do a full rotation. You can't rotate any further than that or any further than that, which is slightly annoying, but that's just the nature of the paddle controller. But yeah, you just shoot everything that's coming your way while the planet pulls faces at you, which is kind of funny. Now, yeah, it's a very, very basic game. You know what? Sometimes basic games are fun. And this is one of those games. I wouldn't play it for more than like 5-10 minutes. But there's something to waste a bit of time. But it's a decent little game. Although I don't remember if they made it left-handed for no particular reason. Earth-chan. Smiley Earth. Yeah, now we've got a Smiley Saturn. I just love the expressions they've given the planets. Although I don't know why planets are trying to crash into planets. Obviously, that's the entire gimmick. I mean, there's nothing else. I think that's a black hole. Oh. Unfortunately, yeah, it's very easy to die to. There we go. Now, you can play it 2 players simultaneous, I believe, if you've got 2 controllers. But I don't. Yeah, it's that type of defend what's in the centre, like Space Sap. You're right, Aussie guy. Had this been some years earlier, this could have probably been a simple arcade game. Kind of surprised it didn't end up on the System E-board or something like that. Yeah, I must stop crashing into things to defend the Earth. You can fire quite quickly if you do spam the fire button, which probably is beneficial. It's perfect for 10-player multiplayer, with more planets and a whole solar system going around at the same time with different players defending different planets and sending things back to other places. Yeah, that could be quite good. I think this does tend to get overlooked. I mean, I don't see many people playing it. Funnily enough, after I decided to play this, can I not do anything with the black hole? After I decided to play this, I ended up seeing Sega Lord X put on a new video where he really slates the game, which I think is a little unfair. It's not meant to be anything too complex. Oh dear. And Saturn blew up. I'm only aware of Japanese paddle games. I never saw one here, so it might have been Japanese only. But, I mean, I like the Alex Kidd bike game as well that uses the paddle controller. But again, a lot of people don't. The end of the Sega Saturn. Yes. It was predicted by this. I'm probably not going to get past Saturn. I should probably configure auto-fire too. I did find one annoying thing with MAME recently. You can't configure auto-fire if the emulated controller is a keyboard. It doesn't show up in the auto-fire menu. So, probably not the only Sega Defend 'em up we're going to play today, though. We have another one, which we should look at in a bit. Oh, the inability to rotate all the way around caught me out there. But I think on the paddle that would make sense because you can only rotate it so far in any direction. Oh well. Yeah, this uses the extra sound chip on the Japanese Master System. It's the YM2413. Quite a few of the Japanese-only games use the YM2413. It just didn't end up being put in the export Master System units, which is a shame. Because, yeah, it gives a deeper sound, more to it. I think the original Phantasy Star is another one that's well known for using it. Anyway. Yeah. MAME's inputs can be a bit annoying when trying to configure racing games. I wish there was more control over dead zones and non-linear curves and things like that. But if you've got original hardware, it can map quite well. If you're trying to map some things to like an Xbox pad, it can be a bit of a nightmare. But anyway, Galactic Protector on the Master System is a fun little game that I think tends to get overlooked. looked. Saturn was mentioned. Should we have a look at a Saturn game? Not a Saturn game by Sega, but a Saturn game nonetheless. What is the set name? Now, I've replaced the soft list image with one that I've converted myself for this one, because the soft list image is an old MP3 converted dump and it really needs replacing. You have to run this with the dynamic recompiler turned off, so no DRC. Now, down a little bit. If you don't turn the recompiler off, this will hang after the first loading screen. Wonder Boy 3 is another FM sound on the Master System. There are a lot of them. Fantasy Zone 2 is as well. And strangely enough, the FM sound on Fantasy Zone 2 is in the System E version, but the System E doesn't have the FM sound hardware either. Yeah, there have been some improvements to the system, Mick. It's just sometimes the sensitivity and things is very difficult to get right. But anyway, this is a Technosoft game called Blast Wind, and it's on the Saturn. Now, I have a suspicion that this was meant to be an arcade game, possibly on the same hardware as Hyperdual, but it doesn't look like the arcade, if it was planned, was ever released. So the Saturn version is your only option, and the only place this game was released. We'll let the intro play a little bit. But this is a shooter I don't really see many people ever talking about, which is strange for a Saturn shooter. And strange for a Technosoft game too. So yes, Blast Wind. Let's pour something to drink. 1997 Technosoft. Blast Wind, something destroyer. It said in the intro. What am I? Well, I don't think it's blasting with wind in the same sense as Uncle Pooh, thankfully. But yeah. We're just blasting lots of enemies. Right, let's just... Oh, it works really well in Uncle Pooh. No, Johto. It probably goes for a lot on eBay because Saturn games do these days. Ultimate Destroyer. Sounds like a Philco title. Technically, we could have a look at the Philco game. The Destroyer from Jail is basically... sorry, I'm just working out what control I'm going to use here. I'm going to use the pad on this one. So yeah, obviously Technosoft games are well known. Things like the Thunder Force series are really popular. Hyperdual's kind of well liked too. But, this one just seems to slip under the radar. It is a vertical shooter with environmental hazards, which may contribute to it because most people don't seem to want vertical shooters with environmental hazards. Well, I don't know. You've got different types of fire. You've got this is the sort of secondary attack which homes in. Your normal fire, and you've got your bombs. The controls are a little laggy. I don't know if that's MAME's Saturn emulation or just the game. A lot of Saturn games are laggy on an actual Saturn, unfortunately. Push. It does it, Cow? Yeah. So, I remember when the Saturn software list was created, there wasn't even a proper dump of this one, which is what we end up soft listing something converted from the MP3s. But there is one in redump.org now, which I did convert the image I'm using from before the stream. So the soft list image should probably be replaced with the better dump that is now available. Same for a lot of the Saturn dumps, actually. The state of the Saturn dumping scene has improved a lot in the time since that list was made. So Maybe using this because this shot homes in, you can move around the enemy and still use it, which might be more effective, although it seems weaker. So, oh dear. Yeah, and obviously you've got multiple paths, as you can see there. So, I mean, I think by pressing some of those buttons, I changed the path I was taking, maybe. I don't know. I'm not really familiar with this. I didn't even think this worked in MAME until Kale told me it does actually work if you use the if you turn off the dynamic recompiler. So yeah, I've not played it before properly. I only found out it worked a couple of days ago. Yeah, a lot of soft lists do need work. I was hoping, you know, the community as a whole would put more work into them, especially the CD ones, because the CHD CD has become kind of widely adopted, but then, you know, the MAME still can't import clone CDs with subdata or anything like that, which is frustrating, because I wanted to add the proper protected PlayStation images, which actually I would have to say I've done a bit of research on that, and even the SBI files that are on redump.org don't contain enough data. You have to use the LSD files to get a proper recreation of the subdata. But then you get a clone CD file with subdata, and MAME CHD man won't import that, so I still can't put the proper protected images in the soft list. Which is, again, though, you know, with the format now being so widely used outside of MAME, I would have thought more people would have contributed, but they haven't. It's got a bit of a Toaplan look too as well, this one, I think. Kind of reminding me of Fix 8 in some ways. Obviously Fix 8 is... Oh, don't go where it says searching, that's probably quite obvious. And don't hit those bullets either. I'm not going to get very far in this. I could have probably given myself more credits in the options menu, couldn't I? There we go. Why didn't M2 include Tiger Heli 2 Plus on the upcoming Toaplan compilation? I don't know. Maybe there were licensing issues. Oh. That was silly. I suppose probably needed to use the that attack to blow that thing up. But yeah, I thought I'd feature this one as a game on the Saturn, which is obviously a Sega platform. That maybe people haven't played. It's not a shooter I see getting much coverage, as I said. And for a Technosoft one, that does surprise me. Maybe because it's just not as good as, say, the Thunder Force games. But that doesn't mean it's a bad game. It's kind of a bit Xenon-like as well, I feel. Oh, game over. I've got no continues left, have I? If you ever played Xenon for the home systems, the Amiga and the like, that's a vertical scrolling one with different paths to go up. Some Saturn works well, other Saturn doesn't work well at all, Andrea. It's a bit of a mixed bag. If you find a game that works, it often works rather well. Sometimes they'll just hang randomly though, especially if you leave the recompiler on. But a lot of stuff that breaks in horrible ways or runs too badly. And yeah, I'm always glad to see new dumps on things like the FM Towns as well, R09. Anyway, so especially the Japanese systems and improving the soft lists, it all matters, and especially with MAME probably being the main FM Towns emulator. See, the fact the options menu specifically says dip switch and lists them like arcade dip switches, that's another thing that makes me think this was probably meant to be an arcade game. Because this is exactly like you get an arcade dip switch setting. And it says dip switches. And says demo sound. and it's presented like an arcade game. You leave it in the demo mode. It's got a sound test. So yeah, I imagine there's an arcade prototype of this out there somewhere. I think it was going to be designed for the Hyperdual arcade hardware, which is Dual 68K and Image Tech, I think it is, video chips. Because Hyperdual ended up on the Saturn too. And capability-wise, it seems very close. So who knows, maybe there is an arcade prototype out there somewhere, but if there is, nobody's admitted to having one. I think being a Technosoft game, though, they did arcade games, but maybe they had ambitions of doing it. Maybe it started off as a code base for an arcade game that they turned into this shooter. I don't know. It's got that this was meant to be an arcade game feel. Then again, Power Cell Stars does, and that Taito confirmed that was never actually a real arcade game, only bootlegged in the arcades. But that's designed around an entire credit system as well. So yeah, that's the path select there, that button. Yeah, say this is 97, I think, so that's the other possibility. It was just a little too late, maybe. I can tell I turned the difficulty down. There's far less shooting happening. We won't spend too much longer on this. Probably once I die, I'll probably move on because I wanted to show it off, not play the whole game, because it's not really a Sega game. It's just on Sega hardware. Yeah, very. Pin code was on the Egret 2 Mini. License from Tatsujin, a company named after the game. Yeah, Brixton. You can't get in the token ID tag. I think this is a different stage, isn't it? Because it's selected a different route, or am I just confusing myself? I do like when you pick up the power-ups, you get that laser burst to the side, so even if you're already powered up, there's a momentary advantage for picking up the power-ups. That's a nice touch. I don't remember other games doing that. So, I can maybe avoid picking that up straight away. Oh, it's not going to make a difference. Ooh, there we go. So yeah, quickly use the attack there. Easy mode's definitely easier. Now, this is the stage. I've seen this stage before. This time I'm actually going to press this button. No, take the right hand path. But yeah, I think this is a game that could easily be re-released on the current system as an arcade classic type thing, or even if it wasn't in the arcades. But the type of packs you get. I'm sure a current system can easily emulate the Saturn. Online leaderboards and the like, and replays of people crashing into bosses. I don't think it has been anyway. I've not read it has. As far as I know, this is still a Saturn exclusive. This is Blastwind for the Sega Saturn, Robert. Blastwind. It's down in the bottom left corner of the screen if you've not noticed the display. As I say, you have to run it with the no dynamic recompiler, no DRC flag. Otherwise it won't load the game after the first Technosoft logo. Earthbreaker. Now the Earth can be unhappy again. So yeah, we'll be moving on shortly because we're already... Oh, there we go. So we won't continue. Even though I've got 5 credits because I changed the difficulty, but there you go. Oh, it's the AAA. But yeah, it appears to work okay as long as you disable the recompiler. So, where shall we go next? Let's go to not a game. This is just a brief me being silly. New UFO catchers, Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh, it's struggling for performance at the moment. Why is this not running at full speed? Let's try again. There we go, some Sonic music. It's just a UFO machine. Let me change the capture size here. For some reason it was going really slow full screen. MAME's artwork system seems to run a lot slower than it used to for me. I really don't know why. There you go, you see. It's a twin UFO thing, you know, crane machine. And yeah, you get marble zone in the attract mode. If you coin it up, find a way to start it. There you go. You get a bit of Green Hill Zone. But yeah, it's nothing too fancy, is it? You can't really play it because obviously it's just telling the XY positions of the crane and the strength and everything else. But this is all done on a YM3438, so it's been recoded a little bit from the original Mega Drive music. It's kind of neat to hear the tunes on different hardware. But that was the entire purpose of that was the entire purpose of loading that one up, was to just show the Sonic music in it. I think we'll actually switch to a Sonic game now. We'll go with the Mega Play version of Sonic 1, which I've said before I'm not a big fan of, but you know, let's have a look at it. Now this doesn't have Marble Zone or Labyrinth Zone. Hey, Team Spooky, thank you for the compliments. Just want to say I've been using MAME since the late 90s. Thanks for your work over the years. Would always read your blogs growing up. It's nice to see a face to the blog. Yeah, I kind of, that's another thing I'm going for. I want MAME to feel a little more personal in that sense, not just some machine where nobody really knows what's going on behind the scenes. In fact, yes, Wolfaz, Sonic's first appearance was in Rad Mobile. We might have a look at Rad Mobile, I'm not sure. But, yeah, the Mega Play version of Sonic, as you can see, the timer counts down. You literally have a really short time to complete each level. And the extra lives are gone. You can't get any extra lives in the game from live monitors or anything else. It is, you see, they've all been changed or just don't give you an extra life. There are no special stages. Half the zones are missing. You can't get all the Chaos Emeralds, therefore. Look, jump through that, I won't get a special stage. Rad Mobile is a bit of a novelty. It's It has its good points. I think it's more interesting than Rad Rally, which is just really stripped down. But I'm not sure I'd call it a great game. It's just like, oh, okay, here you have to use the windscreen wiper because it's rainy, which was a neat effect at the time. But it's not aged especially well. Not got enough speed. See, that monitor up there will not give me an extra life if I was to get it. Yeah, Gale Racer on the Saturn, wasn't it? I do know how to play Sonic, honest. That was terrible. It does stop a little bit on the Mega Play between the start of the zone there. That might be an emulation issue because there are some sync issues between the CPUs still, which is why the Shinobi game crashes if you coin it up in the intro. Yeah, a lot of the System 32 games just feel like tech demos. Dark Edge is another. It's like, yeah, we can do fight scaling 3D fighter. That kind of just feels like a tech demo. I think the big thing just gives you more points or something. I don't know. I say a lot's being taken out of the game. It's once you get to Spring Yard Zone, it's frustrating too. You take one wrong path and you're going to run out of time. Oh, I didn't manage to get it to show that it doesn't do anything. Now the boss stages do give you a little bit more time, but you have to beat the boss on the same time as the rest of the level, so I'm going to have to practice on Sonic. But yeah, it's interesting to see. Oh, who needs a signpost? It's interesting to see it did get an adapted arcade release. It's just everything they changed about it kind of makes it worse. It's designed to, you know, take money off you rather than be the proper experience. Anything slow paced is gone. It's a cut down Sonic experience. It's got a high score table though, which regular Sonic does not have. I mean, considering the effort they must have put into it compared to the Mega Play games, which were really just Mega Drive games with an instruction screen, yeah, it seems an odd business decision. The blast, it's probably got extra blast processing because it's got a whole extra Z80 bob, which is used for the overlay, which is used not in the game. Anyway, straight to Spring Yard Zone, you see. Doing things like that's not really helpful when you're against a clock. No rings. See, I'm surprised they left those bits in. Anyway, you get the idea. It's Sonic. And yeah, it's a Mega Play version, so it has been adapted to work as an arcade game. Let's have a look at an arcade Sega game that seems to also get overlooked. This is Shooting Master. It's a gun game. I've not seen anybody actually exploit the Mega Play version. I'm sure you can, because it's the same code. But I don't think anybody really plays it. Okay, so Shooting Master. This kind of reminds me of a Taito style game. You know, I don't know why. I always get this mixed up with something like a New York Captor from Taito, even though that one's not that similar and is really badly emulated at the moment. Yeah, this is one of the few early Sega gun games. They didn't do many early ones. Obviously, more recently they're known for House of the Dead and the like. But back in the day, there weren't really many video gun games from Sega. Not in the arcades, at least. Yeah, I suppose... I mean, the Megatech stuff, at least, that was definitely like a form of advertising, really. See these Mega Drive games in an arcade, maybe you go over and buy one. So this is sort of light gun protect 'em up, really. You know, you've got this princess walking through this town of gangsters who are trying to do her harm. You can shoot things like the lights and candles. Also, they're trying to do you harm, and they're trying to drive off with her. Not as good as Crossbow. Yeah, Sega version of Gumshoe. Can't just shoot him then either. Don't really want to shoot her up there, look. Or, you know, Data East shoot out, but with a light gun. I'm too slow at these games. This is another System 1 driver game, like Flicky was. There we go. And you sort of get this bonus at the end of the round based on how many shots you use, which is a bit different. And now it looks like a Barbie game. So he's got a car. It's not pink though, so maybe not Barbie. I'm not shooting the princess. That would be very mean. Seems to have quite a bit slow down this one, unfortunately. Oh, they've stolen the princess. I don't know if you just lose a bonus if they steal the princess. Oh, I think that means I died. And I restart the stage. This is another where the MCU has been decapped and dumped. In fact, it was decapped and dumped a while ago, but it was thought to be bad, but then it was confirmed as good. So I'm not really sure what was going on there. Oh dear. The problem is it's the game flashing the screen, not MAME, Robert. If you take away the flash, some games will stop working because they're actually trying to read the flash. And some games still work if it's a fake flash, but if it's actually trying to read the flash as part of the game logic, it will just stop the game working. If you take it away from like the NES-based games, for example, it won't be able to detect it. There are cheats to take it away from some that don't need it to read the gun position in MAME. I have no idea what they're saying. Yeah, as Mess Drivers says, it'd have to be a cheat in cases where it does work. So, yeah, they can steal the princess really early. I mean, there were other Sega gun games, Line of Fire, Rail Chase, we'll probably look at that one in a bit. But, say, just not really a genre you really associate Sega with until a bit later. But you can't even shoot her, really. Apparently, you know, she is immune to bullets. Sorry to ruin it. Focus on the boss. Golden Axe Revenge of Death Adder tends to get played a lot, so I'm not sure. It's maybe a little too well known. You can shoot on this scene. See? Probably really shouldn't do that. I don't know if it's meant to stop and start so often, or if maybe it needs a higher sync between the MCU and the game or something. I've never played this on original hardware, surprisingly. Oh, she's only immune to bullets on some scenes. Not this one, as you saw. There don't seem to be any secrets in this, so I don't get anything shooting the cross or anything like that. Now I can't. Now she's tied up, I can't shoot her. Look. Now she's flown off. And the game loops, I think. Oh, it looks like the same level, first level again. And shoot her here too, which means it's easier for her to get caught. And there we go. Mario, take note. This is how you protect the princess. I'm not sure Mario is really into guns and stuff. I know he served in Vietnam, as we know from Bombs Away. But I've never really seen him with a gun otherwise. Alien 3 the gun. That's definitely a possibility. How many lives do I have? Oh, 3. I've got a bunch of them. Let's just lose my lives. Let's shoot the princess lots of times. You die of a heart attack when the princess dies, maybe. Yeah, it's one of the... Is it Zero Wing, Robert? I think it's Zero Wing. Or was it Hellfire? One of the Terraplan ones flashes red every time you shoot something, and it's really annoying, yes. There are hacks to remove that, because that serves no purpose. That was just an artistic choice, but that was a bit too quick. Apparently my gun is more quick. Apparently the gun fires more quickly than you expect on the high score screen. Still like you've got a machine gun firing at the letters. Anyway, that was Shooting Master. Again, it's one that gets overlooked. I do wonder if the slowdowns are quite correct. It did seem to slow down a bit too much. But I've not seen it running on real hardware, so on me, I can't tell you. We've got a few suggestions in the chat, haven't we? Okay. Let's see. We've had requests for Golden Axe 2, or Golden Axe Revenge of Death Adder, Alien 3, and Shinobi. Pure Son. I think I'm going to go with a little bit Shinobi. Not much. I'm not very good at Shinobi, even though it's not the hardest game. I've never been very good at it. Let's have a quick blast on Shinobi. So here we go. Classic Sega game. One of their best known arcades from the 80s that isn't a racing game.
Mission 1.
So it's kind of a bit like Moonwalker in the sense that you're going along a platform game where you've got to rescue kids. Maybe more so the Mega Drive version of Moonwalker than the arcade, which was isometric. Obviously this came first, so I think Moonwalker the game was probably somewhat inspired by this. Go to next stage, yes. I will after I beat the boss. There we go. Was that Mass Ninja? It might have been Mass Ninja. I've not seen Mass Ninja in the chat, so maybe Mass Ninja is currently playing a role in this game. Yeah, I'm quite bad at this. It's another one of those Sega games where they have clearly sort of ripped off Spider-Man type character. Yeah, one hit kills. So if you know what the enemies are going to do, it's quite easy. But if you've not played it in a while and you're out of practice and you stand in the wrong place, you die. But yeah, it's quite a short game, this Shinobi. That's the main criticism it gets, is just being very short. So once you've learnt it, it's not that tricky. No continues on the last level. No, that's how they ramp up the difficulty a little bit at that point. I think that's a fair enough feature as well, to be honest. Yeah, I don't remember the boss pattern at all. You do have magic attack too, which you can use. There we go. Boss fights random. No, definitely not Spider-Man. It's funny because they did it in Revenge of Shinobi 2, didn't they, on the Mega Drive, and then they had to release a whole bunch of revisions to take out the slightly problematic content. So yeah, we were playing that PlayStation-based game the other day with a stage very similar to that bonus stage. Welcome to bonus stage, which you can fail very easily. Also, we played that Atari prototype with a stage similar to that where you lost all your credit very quickly. Guts and Glory. So it's got a nice layering effect here, where you're behind the other layer of the game. You do have to get back, don't you? What was this way? There's nothing that way. Okay, I can't remember which way you go. Ah, you can jump over there. Yeah, I forgot you can jump over at any point. This whole stage was missing in the PC Engine version from 1989. That's a bit of an odd thing to admit. Unless it's due to the layering here. It might be due to the layering, actually, because I think the PC Engine can only display one background layer. So it could be entirely due to that. It might not have been easy to do on the hardware. They might have had to cut off the layering, which is sort of, you know, one of the big parts of this level. Now, the bonus stage being missing is more unforgivable. There's no reason for them to not include the bonus stage. But on a technical level, I can kind of maybe see why this one would be a problematic stage. Although, did the Master System version have this stage? Because the Master System version, is not more capable than the PCE. It might have just been a lazy port. I'm sorry for missing any chat messages. I will have to have a little catch-up scroll in a bit. I missed a kid. Oh, dear me. Of course I did. Yeah, I meant to go left in. And not die. Oh, the size. Right, we'll give this level one more try. Because it's not that difficult, it's just, you know, kind of out of practice. Nothing over here, was there? Nothing over there. So, it's one of those slow-paced, calculated games. I think that's what I like about it. Oh dear. Yeah, this is a game that got quite a lot of ports. Yeah, I'm not concentrating on this. Samba de Amigo. I think it's another Naomi game, Robert, so it's not one I can play. I think it is dubbed. But it's not one I can really play in MAME. Use magic. It's a bit cheap to use magic there, to be honest, though. You're looking forward to the end of tomorrow? The end of all the week's technical meetings with a difficult client. Definitely sounds like something to look forward to. Having a bit of freedom to do your own thing. I've got green ninjas now, you see. This is the level that's incredibly ugly on the Amstrad CPC port, isn't it? Anyway, you get the idea. Shinobi is a classic. I think most people are going to know Shinobi though, so I'm not going to spend any longer on it. But yeah, it's a good game. One of Sega's best games from the 80s, really, Shinobi. At least in terms of, you know, platformers. It's not racing games. Right. Now. Yeah, okay, I want to have a look at a Master System game. This is Laser Ghost on the Master System. Which I'm meant to attach. Where is it? Slot devices. Light phaser. There we go. Somebody's making Shinobi for the Mega Drive. Yams didn't have a proper port, did it, for the Mega Drive? That surprised me, because the Mega Drive had Shadow Dancer. Its own version of Shadow Dancer. So anyway, when I played Shooting Master earlier, I'm always reminded of Laser Ghost of the Master System. Now technically Laser Ghost is an arcade port, but the Master System version is a very different game to the arcade. The arcade is System 18 hardware. It's pretty much a straight up shooter. The Master System version here is another that's got sort of protect 'em up mechanics. And obviously a bit of a story. Anyway, the story, we can skip the story. We're in Demon Manor. So you can shoot the walls. You can shoot her, but that's... Just make it nice and dark, because... Why not? I don't know why I'm shooting her. I don't know if this was Euro only. I remember it being reviewed in the magazines at the time. It's one that uses the light phasers. You can play it on pad, just pad if you want. Not sure why you'd want to make it dark all the time, but you know. There were a lot of Master System games that were Euro only, so it wouldn't surprise me. Kind of ugly sprite work on the main character. Also, I better not shoot her again because... Uh-oh. She died. But yeah, I do like it when arcade ports did something that wasn't just a straight up port. This maybe does change the game a bit too much, other than being a light gun shooter with a slight horror theme. It's really got nothing to do with the arcade game at all. Oh dear. I think I'm shooting more than these guys are doing the damage. I don't know much about any Beatmania stuff that's not in MAME. If they're in MAME and the CHDs, then the CHDs are out there and quite easy to find, but anything that's not in MAME, I wouldn't know what to tell you. It does have a bit of a Euro feel, doesn't it? Oh. I'm not even sure how you deal with those. We're right to the start of the level, aren't we? Anyway. Laser Ghost Master System port. Quite a different game to the arcade. Don't think we have to spend too much longer on it. Because, yeah, it's maybe not the most enjoyable game. It's not bad. Not a personal favourite. So where shall we go next? Oh, okay, we'll do this one. This is an odd one. There was a Sega game on the SNES. In 1999, Media Factory brought Sega's Columns to the SNES. This is officially licensed by Sega on the SNES in 1999. It is the only officially licensed Sega game on the SNES, and it was distributed through Nintendo Power and a rewritable cartridge service in Japan, so Super Famicom. But yeah, they got a port of Columns on the SNES. Now the NES did have more Sega games, but you know, when you consider how fierce the rivalry was in the 90s. And okay, this was the very end of the 90s. So, it wasn't quite as fierce at that point, but still. I don't think many people are aware of this one. Obviously, Columns itself, people are aware of, but this specific port, maybe not. I wasn't aware of it until I was doing a bit of research earlier. I'm not sure why they've changed up the graphics rather than using the original theme, but they have. The music is the same. Yeah, this must be one of the last SNES games. So it was only distributed through Nintendo Power as well, so definitely not one that many people would have seen. Most people had moved on way before this was released. I mean, I'd say it's hard to get Columns wrong, but I've seen so many bad ports of Columns that I know that's not true. So, you know, this one is well done. It plays as you'd expect it to play. This is as good as any version of columns you're going to find, I would say, based on what I've played of it. Don't have to spend too long on it because it is, at the end of the day, just columns and I think you know what columns looks like and plays like and sounds like. I wanted to point it out because, say, it's not every day you see a Sega game, licensed Sega game, on the SNES. I don't think I'm going to last much longer. It's starting to get to the point where I'm running out of places to put my pieces. Yeah, game over. Yeah, there's Puyo Puyo Sun on the PS1. I played Puyo Puyo Box on the PS1 on the PlayStation stream. But yes, Puyo Puyo is more a game I consider to be compiled on Sega. But yeah, some of the Beat Mania games I think are missing the videos, aren't they? I think the 2DX ones don't have the video backgrounds. Otherwise, they do run. I'm kind of surprised they're marked as working without video backgrounds, but anyway. There you go. Columns for the SNES from 1999. Right. I should do the other one that's in my preview image before we move on. I forget it. A Y-board game. The last game is before I go, same as the Mega Drive. Yeah, Majeska. We've been putting it out as a plug and play ever since. But they put the NES version on the plug and play, not the Mega Drive version. The NES version. BT hardware. So yeah, this game. I think the funniest thing about this game is the samples, which all seem like they're just taken. Well, a lot of them seem like they're taken from generic sample sets. Some of the sounds are the same ones I heard on Amiga PD games, for example, which is kind of off-putting at first when you play it. But it's an on-rails, literally on-rails shooter. So more analog stick than real light guns. Yeah, very Temple of Doom, isn't it? This is absolutely not the Indiana Jones
This
game.
is it. The jewels of Galamua.
Let's get out of here.
Hey, hey, hey. Sounds like Fat Albert. Okay, so here we go. It's everything will be thrown at you. Shooter. Where you're going to be pumping a lot of credits into it. I suppose with two players, you might stand more of a chance of shooting everything. With one player, it's going to be a credit feed game. Much like, say, the Jurassic Park one. Which is also very good. Oh, get off my minecart. Now this did have a sequel on Model 2. I'm not sure how well the sequel runs in MAME. I've never really spent any time trying that one. And I guess Magical Truck Adventure on the Model 3 hardware feels quite similar in that you're going along on a track, although that's more of train tracks than minecart. Did Fat Albert just say, hey, hey, hey? Apparently he did. I think you're the second person to Dear. So it's not clear to me which things are going to damage me and which aren't. Yeah, the sound effects in this are incredibly cheesy. That's the one thing I did notice with it. In fact, I find it quite off-putting. See, I have no idea what's killing me and what's not. I'm just taking damage because it's just one of those games. It's more of a ride than a game. You will take damage. Selecting the course with the arrows is kind of cool. It is a little bit glitchy here in MAME. I don't know if it always was, but it does seem to sometimes draw half frames of graphics. That might be a slight timing glitch. So there are some things that aren't fully understood with these boards still, especially when it comes to some of the video timing and when interrupts happen and when sprites get buffered. So it could be there's still some issues. PGM drivers should have pretty good sound, Robert. I think. Are you sure you don't just not like PGM sound quality? It's pretty good these days, from what I know, in terms of accuracy to hardware. Oh look, I got caught. That is a standard Amiga sound effect that is in so many games. I mean, PGM runs pretty well on everything. The only issues are the ones that have got some of the ARM co-processors that are quite slow to emulate. I don't think you can buy a machine in the last 10 years that's not going to run PGM at full speed, though. You were working on for this game minutes ago. Are you uploading a playthrough of your own MAME, fan? Let's take down these frames. Let's get some health. You just see, I suppose if you were trying to one credit it, though, that health might come in handy. It just seems like such a small offering considering how often you get hit.
Look out! Behind us!
I don't know about the sound in Final Burn. Probably hasn't got all the recent improvements from MAME. So yeah, obviously this is another one of Sega's sprite scalers, and the Y board I think still remains the most powerful of the sprite scaling systems Sega put out. It can do all these rotation effects that, you know, they couldn't even get right on the Saturn. It's a very powerful piece of hardware. It can do things the System 32 couldn't do. And System 32 was meant to be the newer platform by quite a margin. I can see there's a guy with a tank flamethrower thingy and a boulder. You don't even have any grenades or anything. There's no secondary fire in this. It's just one fire button and you're pretty much holding down the whole time. I think most of Final Burn is based on very old MAME. Oh, I've got caught. There we go. Mr. Flamethrower flames me. Space Gun. That's an interesting choice. Obviously I can't play Space Gun today because it's a Taito game, but I thought Space Gun was one of those that a lot of people just don't really remember anymore. It didn't really get many good home ports. There were some quite bad home ports of it. It's sort of was that Taito game that's not Operation Wolf or Operation Thunderbolt. But yeah, it's a pretty good game. I mean, maybe the Surface Go is just not powerful enough. I mean, aren't they more like netbooks than proper laptops? They're not really powerful machines, from what I remember. Yeah, if you're not running MAME, you're going to lose out on a lot of the improvements. Because Final Burn tends to, especially with sound cores, I don't think it really updates. I don't think they've got any of the recent sound core improvements or for anything in there. I don't think they've got any Aaron's rewrite or anything for the line cores either. Anyway, some extra health. And now they're in a different vehicle chasing me. I think you get the idea anyway. This is rail chase. It is a literally on rails shooter. It's probably more fun with a cabinet, more fun with 2 players. Very Indiana Jones. I like the aesthetic it's got. I always like these. You're on a crazy minecart type games. I think Sega did have far better games on the Warlord, Power Drift, Galaxy Force 2. But this is alright. It just doesn't ever feel very fair. But none of these light gun games that are just over the top like this do to me. An i5 shouldn't have a problem with modern MAME then, at all. I mean, that's way above a recommended spec. It's an i5. Unless it's a very low clock one. At least with the PGM driver, i5 is more than enough. I've not had any power cuts, Stephen. It's your boulder thrower. Beat the boulder thrower and then oh, not even beat the boulder thrower. Let's get some boulders thrown at us. Oh, no, I just wanted boulders thrown at me. Anyway, rail chase does exactly what it says on the tin. You're on rails and you are being chased. So right, if you like on rail shooters. More of a ride to me, an experience than maybe a game to come back to. Very, very cheesy, very, very B-movie, but it has its place. That must be your end or YouTube, Stephen. I'm not getting any problems listed here. Right, I mentioned I would have a look at TeddyBoy Blues. So let's have a look at that. Another System 1 game. There is a Mega Drive version of this on a compilation. But let's have a look at the... okay, this IC check takes forever, by the way. So there we go. Speed through it. So it's got that distinctive System 1 look to it. And let's credit it up. And I died already. There we go. So it's kind of a clear the stage of enemies type game with some scrolling. And the dice show how many enemies are going to spawn from that position. You shoot the things and they turn into these little ones and you pick them off and get the idea. So it's a simple platform shooter. Visually it reminds me a bit of Quartet that Sega would also put out. Yeah, the SMS port of this one is quite well known. Select round. I can go to round 3. Let's just go to round 3. Let's keep things in order. It's quite a simple game in terms of... It's really just a simple platform maze shooter with scrolling. So, you know, Bubble Bobble didn't have scrolling. This does. So, is it better than Bubble Bobble? No. On a technical level, it's maybe slightly more impressive. Fast-paced. The platforms are very Bubble Bobble-like as well, though, aren't they? Simple 8x8 tile patterns with a bit of a 3D effect. Turn my back on the enemy and got. The Master System version doesn't have an arcade, a bonus stage. It does have a chain mechanic, so the more quickly you pick things up together, the higher the score you get, because it starts on 200 then it increases. And a time bonus. So there is a bit of depth to the gameplay. If you can group things and attack them all at once, you're going to score higher. If you find a way to clear the stages more quickly. But if you do that, yeah. I think the Mega Drive version doesn't play music in MAME from memory. I think that was a bug report I saw once. Can I get wings at once? I really don't know why anybody would be having a problem with an i5 in MAME. I mean, we've only been improving the performance over the last few years. And i5 is absolutely plenty. How recent is the YM2151? It was rewritten about 3 months ago with brand new emulation, completely replaced. Yeah, there's definitely something wrong with your configuration if an i5 isn't running MAME. That's not a MAME problem, that's a configuration or install problem. All the games that have been mentioned will run absolutely fine on an i5. Game was endorsed by Yoko Ishino. That's her name is on the title screen. The background music is based on the song TeddyBoy Blues. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm probably going to get a copyright thing on YouTube for the music in this one. But that was TeddyBoy Blues. Like I said, it does have a Mega Drive version, but I don't think the sound plays in the Mega Drive version, so I'm not going to play that one. But yeah, a fun little platform game. Fast-paced, quite difficult. Definitely recommend giving it a try if you've not played it. Let's go for something a bit different. Yeah, the Mega Drive version was Sega Net and on a Mega CD compilation. Sega CD compilation. Is Atari Jaguar still being worked on? I don't think it's actively being worked on. I've not heard any recent progress on it. Let's stretch this up a bit. This is the FM Towns port of Turbo Outrun. And we'll discuss it in a bit. Play it for now. This is one of the games that now runs at the correct speed due to Carl's fixes to the sprite timing. It was crazy fast before. So yeah, Carl has been doing a fair bit of work on some of the Japanese systems like the X68K and this one. I still wonder about the line down the right hand side of the screen you often get on these, which I don't see in original footage. But other than that, yeah, there have been improvements. So, how does this port hold up? It's a little slower than the arcade. We've obviously got some decent music. I think, is it a CD soundtrack? I'd imagine it is. So the thing you instantly notice is how the checkpoints work. It sort of teleports you somewhere else the moment there's a checkpoint, which is a very odd way of doing things. Now the original arcade Outrun, Turbo Outrun is actually my favourite of the Outrun games. I like it more than even the original Outrun. And the reason for that is very silly. It's just the weather effects. I really like the weather effects. And they appear to be entirely absent in this port. At least from what I can tell, there's no snow and there's no rain. Because you get to the snowy stage here, and I don't think it ever snows. Pittsburgh. And the snow, the way the snow obscured your view, you know, made it more difficult to see. As simple as the effect was, it's just random pixels over the screen. It really appealed to me when I played it in the arcades. So it is a shame that's missing here. Oh. Game over. Yes, the less said about tier text, the better, Aussie guy. Yeah, I didn't know. I mean, I didn't know there was a port to the FM Towns back in the day, because before the arcade version was emulated, I didn't think there was any way of playing it. Although maybe there were no Marty emulators, FM Towns emulators back then either. So I don't know. It's a system that has become more popular recently outside of Japan. because the emulators become more accessible. I mean, say you can run this in MAME with no real issues, whereas back in the day, I think if you wanted to play FM Towns and there was an emulator, you would have probably been looking at an emulator that was all in Japanese, not that accessible. Yeah, I think the YM rewrite fixes a lot of old bugs. It fixes a lot of missing sound in Mega Drive games and the like. The horn sound in Micro Machines, for example, is fixed now. So it's definitely an improvement on what was there before. If there's still some issues to work out, I don't know, but overall it's much better. And also it's freely licensed now, it's a BSD license, which means it's much easier for companies to use MAME's code legally in their own projects, commercial products. Because the GPO one meant they would have to open up the source code, and that's not really compatible with a lot of console licensing terms. Yeah, it's this. I mean, I suppose if you had this version back in the day, you'd have been fairly impressed by it. It's definitely better than the aforementioned TierTex Mega Drive port. It just is lacking some features. Oh dear, I didn't worse this time than last time. Yeah, I'm not aware of any issues either. MAME has been officially open source, proper open source, since the GPL. It was changed to an overall GPL license. I think it's about 0.17 something. Can't remember now. It's been a good few years now, but some parts are more freely licensed than others. So the overall idea has been to try and get rid of rewrite the GPL parts as something more freely licensed, so they're easier for companies to make use of. But yeah, it's been open source for quite a while. But it's a shame that a lot of companies still seem to be using the non-commercial versions that are not freely licensed and they're not meant to be using. Or using Final Burn, which again is not freely licensed and can't actually be used anywhere commercially. Or they're trying to get around the licensing requirements by putting on streaming services, so they're not selling you the emulator, they're selling access to it. Or they use a downloader, so they're not selling the emulator because you have to download it, and all sorts of sneaky tactics that really shouldn't be, aren't okay. Overheat. Yeah, this is obviously not as good as the arcade original, but it's still a respectable port. I thought there was some Jaguar CD emulators, but they didn't run much. I don't know. I've not really been following the Jaguar ethel. The new cruising is keeping the Outrun spirit alive. I've seen that in a few places, but I never actually played it. I don't know. These new arcade games don't have that much appeal to me. Right, so that was a port of Turbo Outrun. I think we can look at a port of some other version of Outrun. Oh, sorry, I want to change the view here to a different one. Right, let me just move the game capture around a bit on this view, so we get the best possible experience. Yeah, Aaron did it. Aaron did the rewrite, and yeah, it's definitely made a big improvement. So this is the Game Boy Advance, a Game Boy Advance port of it's Outrun, Afterburner, Space Harrier, and Super Hang-On-In. We will of course be looking at the port of Outrun. Yeah, Capcom aren't meant to be using Final Burn. They can't license it. That's an illegal product, unfortunately. So, play. Now you do notice this is a very smooth port. It's also a little bit washed out, but let's gear change. There we go. Now, I don't know what the general opinion is of this port, but it's a port to the Game Boy Advance, and therefore it's a bit different. Again, it's Sega on a Nintendo system, although this was obviously after Sega didn't really have their own consoles to put things on. Yeah, and 0.139 is not freely licensed. It's a strictly non-commercial version. The companies can't use it all. Any product using that version is not a legal product. They shouldn't be selling them. The GPL introduction wasn't till much later. And then you get ones apparently using the GPL versions who still aren't releasing the sources. It's a bit of a mess. You know, we try our best, and they still can't follow some simple rules. Yeah, I'm driving terribly here. The real reason companies use it is because they want to sell you rubbish hardware and cut costs everywhere, and they can cut costs by using versions of emulators they're not meant to use and pretend they've licensed everything properly when they haven't. But yeah, you're just buying a bootleg product if you buy any of those. It's no different to buying a pirated game off the market. They're not legal products if they're using those old MAME versions or Final Burn. Probably because the road is being done on a different CPU, Carlo. The sub-CPU does the road, probably doesn't have anything else to manage. Plus it gives the illusion the game runs faster than it does. Plus, for some reason, Outrun does feel weird if you have 60 frames per second sprites. I tried playing the Cannonball version with the 60 frames per second mode. It just feels odd, a bit like this feels odd. Also, I'm crashing a lot because I'm really not used to the controls in this version. You have to manage your speed quite differently to the arcade. Your turns aren't as sharp. Yeah, the Game Boy Advance sound is really bad. It's a shame, it does let the system down. So many potentially good games on the Game Boy Advance that will be enjoyable these days just sound nasty. And they've done a decent job of the rendition here, but you can still tell it's not quite right. Fix this. Well, fix what? The sound. It's just the Game Boy Advance. It's just not got very good quality sound. It's not an emulation thing like the original Game Boy. I mean, there are problems with MAME's GB emulation, but I don't think the sound's one of them. Just a lot of games don't run. Like I usually find maybe 60% of the Game Boy Advance games I try and run actually run. The others just fail. I'm going to turn that again. Oh well. Game over. Anyway, this was the Game Boy Advance port of Ayrton, which I thought I'd show because it's a bit different. Bit Studio UK ported this. So, could have been done fairly close to here. Yeah, there are far worse sounding games on the Game Boy Advance, unfortunately. And yeah, sound was never a priority. I mean, the problem it's a little handheld, I guess. They didn't really care, did they? While we're doing ports, let's have a look at another port. This time we're going with the Wonderswan colour. I think this is the only Sega game on the Wonderswan. A lot of Neo Geo games have sprite child-ing. Yeah. If you emulate the Neo Geo properly, you get sprite child-ing. If you don't emulate it properly, you don't. But the Neo Geo has sprite child-ing on original hardware. It's unavoidable if you emulate it properly. So we've got a bit of a story of some sort. I don't know what opinions are on this port. It feels a little slow in terms of the controls. That was my first impression of it. It's a bad place to stand. I don't know why anybody would want to use a 2014 version of MAME, really. The emulation in it is dreadful for most things. We have fixed so many protection emulations and things since then. Most games don't play correctly in the 2014 version. The only reason to use it is if you're really lazy and trying to be cheap. It's an overall awful experience. That wasn't very good. Yeah, I don't like the way the sound effects have priority over the music, though, unfortunately. I can give myself more lives. It's got a dual mode, so it's a bit like the Mega Drive, I guess. I wonder if this has the extra level like the Mega Drive version. Not that that extra level is any good, that extra level on the Mega Drive version is so badly designed. It's you can tell it wasn't done by the original game designers, because you can exploit all sorts of AI bugs in it. My issue is here, it just feels a bit slow to attack. Even compared to the original Golden Axe. So you can get bodied by the enemies like this and far too easily. To me it looks like it's a port of the Mega Drive version 2. That's why I'm wondering if it's got the extra level or not. I don't know much about it. I just thought I'd put it on as something a bit different again, which is what I tend to do on these streams. Wonderswan Final Lap 2000 is not a Sega game, Cal. Yeah, I'm not sure how this stacks up to other Wonderswan games. It's not a system I've spent too much time with. To me, the controls just feel off. But that might be because I've not played the arcade original in a while either. You won't get rid of screen tearing on Neo Geo games because they're meant to have screen tearing. They have screen tearing on a Neo Geo. The Neo Geo hardware is not actually that good. It's one of the most overrated pieces of hardware that was in the arcades. Yeah, there are very few reasons to use an old version. Those vicious circle shadows are one of them. But again, that's just Jaguar emulation. So I think you can count the number of actual genuine regressions on one hand. You know, Vicious Circle's a pretty bad game anyway, so not one I'd personally be keeping an old version around for. Anyway, I think you get the idea. It's a Golden Axe port to the Wonderswan. Say, one of the less traditional platforms to see a Sega game on. And sticking with ports, we will get back to some Sega arcades in a bit. Here's one that surprised me. Now, the HB201 is an MSX1. And it had a port of the Sega arcade game Alibaba and the 40 Thieves. Now, what surprises me is that there doesn't seem to be an SG-1000 version of this. Even though the SG-1000 is, you know, very close to the hardware that the MSX uses, there doesn't seem to be a port of it to that hardware. Unfortunately, I'm not very good at it. Yes, the Neo Geo has screen tearing because it ends up rewriting the sprite this mid-frame, and that causes there to be screen tearing. That's just how it is. We've seen plenty of real hardware videos showing the same screen tearing. It's the same with the garbage on the left and right of the screen. It happens on original hardware. But yeah, this is one of those games where it said the arcade original is a hack of Pac-Man. It's still Pac-Man code in the ROM, which is a bit strange for a Sega game. But apparently that is just how it is. Yeah, I think developed by ICM, and I think maybe they were a bit naughty when they were developing it. Because it does still seem to contain quite a few ROM routines from Pac-Man. But yeah, it got this MSX port. But like I said, the MSX hardware and the SG-1000 are kind of close, which is why a lot of the games are on both systems. So I'm a little surprised there's no SG-1000 version of this. Yeah, we can catch the thieves before they've taken the mini bags even. But, no. Slightly annoying sounds. I think with the recompiler and everything, if it's a multi-core laptop, it should run the SH3 shooters with i5. It's not one of the most demanding drivers because it's been optimized so much. ICM might have made Joyman a Pac-Man bootleg. Wouldn't surprise me. Was this the only thing they worked on for Sega by any chance? I will put the arcade version of this on shortly. The arcade version in MAME is still marked as unemulated protection. I think due to the protection being involved in the random items. But yeah, this was the MSX port of Alibaba and the 40 Thieves. We will now switch to the arcade version, pardon me, of it, which is on Pac-Man hardware. And as you can already see, the presentation is kind of similar. The red one kills you. Yeah, I mean the SH3 driver, cave driver, is threaded, so it can use 2 cores at least. There's the recompiler for with CPU, and spent a long time trying to optimize it. Obviously it doesn't quite play the same as the MSX port. You have to stop him getting over there with the bags, which I failed to do. I think I can go here and take the bags back, can't I? Can I not? I don't remember. As you can see, I'm not overly familiar with this version of the game. I don't think anybody is, hence why it's still marked as not working, because it does read a random number, some kind of random number when you pick up a question mark. No. Hey Masked Ninja! Apparently we saw Masked Ninja earlier. We were playing Shinobi. Hope you're doing well. Nope, now I get to be the big stompy. But I can't pick up money when I'm big stomp. Oh, I can. Yes, I have to get all 40 thieves because, you know, that's how many thieves there are. There's 20 left. That makes me go fast. Back to normal speed. Focus. Hey Dylan, I hope you're doing well. This is Alibaba and the 40 Thieves. We've got 40 thieves. And now you do it again. So yeah, I think you've seen the game. It's quite a simple game. What was kill? Yeah, that's what I was saying. The mystery box, apparently it's not quite known what the algorithm is for the random number generation. So it might just be some sort of open bus reader. It might be an actual protection device. But that's why it's considered unemulated protection, as we don't know how often each event is meant to be. I think it could be, you know, like some electronics kangaroo is far too easy in MAME because you get bonus lives and high scoring random events too often. It's kind of a similar case here. I think it's not quite known how the random number generator works. Yeah, it could be open bus, could be an actual device, could be some PAL or something. I don't know. It's quite a rare game, I think. So we don't know. Any ELS? Sega Commando was potentially on the list. Aussie guy. Sega Yamato wasn't. But yeah, maybe I'll put Yamato on actually. Now you mention it. Have I missed anything in the chat? If I've missed anything in the chat, can you repeat it if it's important? Because I can't seem to scroll back very far at the moment. YouTube being YouTube. Is Yamato horizontal or vertical? It's vertical. Okay, so this one, 83 Sega. Aussie guy mentions this is developed by ELS. It's on Crazy Climber hardware, which is not somewhere you expect to see a Sega game. There you go. It is a bit of a crosshair shooter, much like Sega Commando is. Not one I really play either, so... So what am I doing? I'm shooting what's in the sky. I guess I'm meant to be avoiding these things. I don't think Cow can have said final lap. I'm pretty sure final lap is a banned word. So yeah, I don't know if you can you shoot the missiles? Doesn't look like it. I guess I just have to avoid them. So, yeah, this has got that blue rainbowy background effect. I think Sega's N-Sub has a similar gradient background. But, yeah, is this considered to be related to Sega Commando? Apart from the same developer? Because they are both crosshair shooters where you're moving around a crosshair and also trying to defend your position. In this case you've got air attacks and sea attacks. Feels a bit like it could be a sequel to N-Sub, but I don't know. Probably not officially. So D-Day. D-Day's another naval-themed game. I guess they like their army, navy, war themes. The Jellicoe one. So yeah, this isn't a Sega game I really ever play much of, so not one I'm overly familiar with. It seems to be counting how many of each thing I blow up. Right, you're off, Stephen. Take care. Good seeing you as always. I hope you finally get a break from work after tomorrow. So looking forward to that, I bet. But yeah, thank you for joining. It's always good to see you here. Could I emulate the brick game console in MAME? We don't have any way of dumping them for Minius. I've picked one or two and none of them have got any easily dumpable ROMs. They're all single blob MCUs, unfortunately. And decapping them I don't think reveals much. Because they're modern MCU. I mean, some of those could be running on quite powerful ARM systems for all we know, even though they look simple. There's probably different evolutions of the hardware, but so far none of them we've seen have been dumpable. They're either really simple, like ancient MCUs, or they're using new technology and look old. I really don't know. But they've been around for many generations, and who knows? I mean, like even the say the new Nintendo Game & Watch, one of the reissues, not the modern ones that emulators. But the reissues uses a newer type of MCU too, that's why that wasn't emulated. And those new reissues that are emulation based, I think, use ARM processors. Yeah, she loves military themed games. Yeah. MSX Yellow Submarine, not played that one either. There are quite a lot of submarine arcade games actually. There's the Sigma one as well. It's got a little yellow submarine there. I think I get the idea. I don't think there's going to be much more to this game, is there? It's just a naval-themed shooter. You're saying there's meant to be a day-night cycle missing in the arcade emulation here, Aussie guy? That wouldn't surprise me. The driver's probably not seen much attention for a while. I'll have to see if there's anything obvious, maybe. Are there any real hardware videos referencing it to show how it works? That'd also be handy. But I imagine it's just changing the gradient colours. which I've never really looked at how they're generated, but it wouldn't surprise me if there's some colour base for them or something like that. I tend to go for merge stuff for MAME, Robert. I find it easier, but that's just me. So Yamato, developed by ELS, based on what Aussie guys say, who did a whole bunch of military themed games and might be missing a day-night cycle. They also did Top Roller, which is not military themed. Right. Shall we do a game that's not made by Sega, but one that Sega licensed? Yes, we shall. It's one everybody knows, but why not play it for a little bit? Frogger. It's actually a Konami game, but Sega did license it. And I think some of the sets use Sega-like encryption. So, let's play a little bit of Frogger. Not playing much of Frogger because it's a very simple game that everybody knows. But yeah, Sega did license other people's games as well as make their own. And that sometimes gets overlooked, or people don't realise a game is licensed. I've seen a lot of people say that, you know, Frogger is a Sega game when it's actually a Konami game. Now Sega did do Ribbit, which is sort of a semi-sequel. Oh dear. My timing's off. A spiritual sequel, maybe. It doesn't really play the same, but it's got frogs and... Right, let's give Frogger another try. Yeah, apparently I suck at Frogger. This is not news. Okay, let's just kill the frog off. Yeah, apparently I don't like frogs. I'm going to put Ribbit on next. I played Ribbit. No, I probably won't. I played Ribbit before on stream, I think. Now, on later rounds, you do get alligators in the water, which is actually really easy to get to if you're concentrating. Apparently, concentrating is an important thing to do if you're trying to cross a road. I've never guessed. There we go, you see. I can complete levels on Frogger. So this is a Konami game, but Sega did license it. Oh dear. There's a few other games that Sega licensed. Tactician, which we may look at this time. That's an interesting one. That's just me rushing. Anyway. Yeah, it's a perfect little classic game. A game doesn't take long if you're not very good at it. And you can always fire it up, cross the road a few times, and move on, which I'm doing now. But yeah, you can see why Sega licensed that one, because it's just plain fun. So where shall we go now? This is unconventional. Let's go for a bit of STV hardware. I thought Lijack was just the former name for Konami, Aussie guy. We don't really need the score at the top, do we? Video options. Critter Crusher is a fairly simple game where you crush critters. Do you want to crush them? Let's crush some regular bugs. Roaches. Let's crush some roaches in the kitchen. Because roaches in the kitchen is a bad idea.
Ready? Start!
Apparently multiple objects is creating a sensing error if I click too fast or something. I'm not sure.
Getting better!
I'm sure I didn't have this error earlier, but whatever. It's basically telling me not to click on the screen in two places. So yeah, this is on STV hardware, which is Saturn based. It's a bit of a waste of the hardware, to be honest, but so I think Sega were just using the hardware for anything they could at this point.
Your score is...
So I think it's a ticket game, much like, you know, it reminds me of things like, say, Cosmo Gang, Namco, the kind of game, in that, you know, you're facing bugs, you're facing different rounds of challenges. They get faster, you've got to get as many as you can, and I think you'll get tickets based on how well you do. Apparently if I surpass, great, I will get to the boss. I think it's a touchscreen type thing with a hammer. Oh.
Ready? Start! Getting faster!
So yeah, it's literally a whack-a-mole game now. Stop. Elijah became Konami's sales division in '81. Alright, thank you for that, Aussie guy.
You're the best!
I'm the best.
Cool!
Only cool. I don't think I'm going to get a grade. I'm not going to get to see the boss. Let's have a look at the other round. Flies. Bug-eyed flies. In the sewer.
Ready? Start!
There's also a Japanese version of this in MAME.
Getting faster!
Maybe if I leave it in the attract mode, it will show a cabinet picture. Some of these do. But yes, they're using zooming effects that the STV can do. Yes, you can shoot random things in the background. didn't do very well. I didn't do very well on that
For
one.
it. You're the best.
I'm not.
Cool.
And that was not as good as the previous one. I still got cool. Yeah. Let's see if it displays a cabinet picture in the attract mode, or if it just does nothing interesting in the attract mode. You don't like whack-a-mole type games, Carlo? Kind of cute and well presented audio-wise. There you go, you see. Big rubber hammer thing. Anyway, there you go. Critter Crusher. Ooh, shall we go with a racing game? Let's go with a racing game. Not very good at this. At all. In fact, I'm dreadful at this, let's just say. Super Monaco GP. I am playing one of the clone sets. Because the older versions of the game, which are clone sets in MAME, have the original advertising. See, it's got the cigarette advertising on the car there, on the logo. That was taken out on the later revisions, as is a lot of the in-track advertising. But yes, Super Monaco GP. Now, the way you jump to the side on the start of the race there happens on real hardware. That just seems really unprofessional looking. Same with the tyre screeching. That all happens on real hardware. I did think they were emulation bugs, but they're not. I think most people know Super Monaco GP from the Mega Drive version, which is a much more stripped back game. And the Ayrton Senna Super Monaco GP 2, which added a lot of career options to that. But yeah, the original Super Monaco GP arcade is a sprite scaler. You see, you've got the fake Foster's adverts as well on the track, which are changed to Flicky adverts. In fact, Aiko Inyo, founder of Extra Planning, was a former employee of Jack and Tekken, later Techno. Yes, Hosters, not Fosters. But that was removed entirely in the later versions. So, always make sure to read Aussie Guys facts. I don't always read them out, and I mispronounce every single Japanese name because I'm bad with names. But there's always something interesting there from Aussie Guy in the chat. More cigarette advertising off the track. Bouncing for every corner here. And in last place, that's the position limit. That's not good. I've got to get a new position. Move up a position. Oh dear. Yeah. So if you fall too far behind, you game over, which is what happened to me. I think as he said, Tekken. The people who made Bomb Jack. But yeah, this is one of those cases, like I said, where the Mega Drive version really wasn't trying to be the arcade game. The Mega Drive just couldn't do this kind of sprite scaler, so they went their own way with it. You're not a fan of this one, Mr. After Heavy? Yeah, it's probably not Sega's best arcade racer. Presentation-wise, I like the sprites, but I've never been a huge fan of how it plays. I say I don't like the way it jumps you down at the start of the race like that. It feels rough. I do prefer this over some of their later games. I mean, I'd take this over, say, F1 Superlap or Exhaust Mode. I really don't like those ones. But it seems when Sega were trying to do these serious races, they just didn't turn out as well. You have to know the track, otherwise you just do what I'm doing now and crash into everything. Tunnel. So visually they've got the track look really good with the tunnels. The road looks solid. It's right scaling. There's no real popping or anything nasty. So far in the distance you don't really pick up on it. 20 seconds behind the lead. Oh dear. I think I broke the car. There you go. I made the car blow up. It's good with real controls. Yeah, I'd imagine it would be good with real controls. But yeah, let's have a look at the Mega Drive version for comparison. Should I play the original or Super Monaco GP2? I played the sequel, I think. The Ayrton Senna one. Oh, sorry. The right setup will help. Produced under the supervision of the late Ayrton Senna. So yeah. As you can see, it's visually it's quite stripped back, and this is the sequel. The original game looked pretty much the same though. This has just got all the Ayrton Senna branding and extra modes. So it's not got anywhere near as much trackside detail as the arcade. And in fact, it looks quite primitive. But this was a fun game to play back in the day, believe it or not. I spent a lot of time with these games. They don't even look that impressive compared to some of the games that were out at the time, but they do play well. And there's an addictive quality from the simplicity of it, I think. When LiJack became Konami's sales division, Konami did rely on Sega briefly with Tactician, Gotang Gotang and Turpin. Yeah, it's interesting how Turpin got changed by Sega too. All the versions of Turtles Turpin are quite different from one another. It's one of those things where if I do a different version of a game comparison, I'll bring it up. Because visually they've changed quite a bit. I think the gameplay changes between them too, with one version being much more difficult. I'm way behind the pace here. Never said I was good at racing games. I'm too cautious, and then not cautious enough when it matters. Obviously back in the day I was alright at this. I didn't end up half a lap behind. But you learn how to corner. MAME can't run Dinosaur King as far as I know. It's listed but it doesn't run. I think isn't that done with one of the Naomi based platforms? I think you'll have to use a Demule for that, DMule. Gotta remember, MAME is a development project. A lot of what's in there is for developers to improve on. It said final lap. Cow will be happy.
Come on.
I'm proudly in last place. I'm miles behind.
Come on.
No wonder he keeps saying, come on. Anyway, you get the idea. It's not got any of the visual flair of the arcade game, but it's probably a more solid racing experience in some ways. There you go. Try again, 16th. Yeah. Maybe 600 was a location test. Yeah, it's quite a different version though. Or just an earlier version of the game before they decided to rework it. I don't know. You get a lot of odd cases. Here's an odd one. Unusual cases. Again, I don't really know how to play this game. Hopper Robo, 1983 Sega on Marine Boy hardware. I'm guessing Sega didn't develop this one themselves. Okay, I need to practice a bit. Nope. I'm inclined like that, can I? I got killed by a Slinky. Hopper Robo was developed by Orca for Sega. Yeah, that makes more sense. It's one of those drivers you don't expect to see a Sega game, but there's a Sega game. So yeah, developed by Orca for Sega. Orca are not credited though. Oh dear. I have no real strategy for this one either because it's not one I play very often at all. Yeah, it does have that Orca style, that style of high score table you get in a lot of those Orca, is it Cayuga, the ones who do Planet, Airwolf, and all those games. There's that common high score table style is in a lot of these old games that are on the same hardware as the Orca things. I wonder why that high score table is used so often on the games, even from apparently different manufacturers. This is quite tricky. But if you look at Planet Probe, or this, or I think Airwolf, and even some of the others like Legend, they've all got that bracketed high score style. Repulse. One, two. Another credit. If you get them in order, you get bonuses. It's one of those games. Ooh. Construction site is obviously quite reminiscent of Donkey Kong. You can't wrap around the screen though. It's probably not too bad if you work out how a good strategy for playing it. Am I meant to disappear off the top, or am I meant to wrap? Is that an emulation glitch, or is that just the game? Yeah, there's a lot of them. Whiteboard Santos. Is that the connection? Whiteboard Santos as the developer? I just see that high score style a lot. I don't know how to deal with those. It kind of suggests there's common code between them, at least. You know, to handle the high scores. It's quite a tricky game, this one, I have to say. I don't know, the flags probably just haven't been updated. I mean, there may be things that aren't confirmed on hardware. MAME tends to be very cautious with the flags. Unless we're 100% sure, flags tend to remain these days. The first level fairly easily now. Second level is tricky. Tried to jump on. So I thought the PGM and PGM2 sound are meant to be pretty good these days. PGM2 sound is basically just sort of an MPEG decoder. PGM1 sound is more complex, but it's been improved a lot over the years. This is a very confusing game where I'm just not really sure where you're meant to be standing to attack anything. Well, you know, I've not really worked out strategy, let's just say. Rad Mobile was requested, so... Apparently there's no Japanese set of Rad Mobile dumped yet. That is surprising. I thought we got pretty good coverage of Sega games for Japanese sets. Right. Right, game system settings. No, I definitely want 60 seconds. I don't care about those. Those are just car speeds. There we go. First System 32 game. A nice little tech demo. Bonanza Street. Is that a reference to Bonanza Brothers?
Rad Mobile.
Did Bonanza Brothers come after this? No, it must have come before this, System 24. There you go, first appearance of Sonic is up there, swinging around at the top of the screen. Got your bank curves, which again look pretty cool, but you know, Boogie Boy had done bank curves before this, so it's not really an innovation. You got your little red screen flash when you hit something. That's done with a palette change register rather than actually updating the whole palette. Blending effects on the map. Beware of the oncoming car, yeah, dodge out the weather cars. So lots of sort of little novelties in the game. It's sort of a desert bus with corners. down to end. Now you see it's dark, so it tells you to press up your headlight button, which I can do, which turns the lights on, or you can turn them back off again if you want. Again, it's showing off the hardware, and then for some reason we've got roads in the sky, because why not? I don't think it seems to be power drift now. This of course makes no sense. Oh, hey. Turn the lights off. I like to drive dangerously. This looks like Midnight Landing by Taito if I do that. I mean, the best way to deal with screen tearing that's not part of the games is to use a proper G-Sync monitoring card. But a lot of games do have tearing as just as part of the game. Now it's got rainy and visibility's gone down, so I turn on my wipers. Another little novelty effect. Again, they're really just showing off what the System 32 hardware can do. Unfortunately, you know what the System 32 hardware can't do? Rotation. I'm under arrest. Oh dear.
Hey, what's behind this reckless driving?
Yeah, the Neo Geo outputs 320 resolution, but as you say, a lot of games just put garbage at the sides, which again the real PCB does. You're meant to use the monitor overscan to hide it. Some games, however, use the full width, like Puzzle Bobble. And I think Garou uses the full width too, Mark of the Wolves. But yeah, it's a game full of little novelties.
Wow!
And then they converted it into a link-up racer, which was Rad Rally. But Rad Rally doesn't have any of the novelties or anything fancy. It's just a racing game using most of the same assets from this. And it's kind of just a bit boring as a result. At least this was trying to do something fancy, which, if you'd not experienced technology that could do this before, this would have been impressive at the time. But I don't think it's as impressive as Power Drift was as a game. Power Drift with all the rotating effects that this hardware can't do. This can only do fake rotation and soft, by moving the sprites around. It doesn't actually have a frame buffer rotation effect like the Y-board did. Yeah, a bit of Rad Mobile. I did put it on easy, so... Oh, well, that's my car totaled. I should make it to the end on easy, to be honest. Oh, yeah, you can fall off the track. And apparently you fall into another world where the track is below you. Bet you didn't know that. Below our world is just another world of the same thing. But, Sega have far better races. We're back to rainy, are we? Yeah. Well, let's just turn the wipers off. Let's race without them and blend have full screen blending in darkness. Because why not? I like not being able to see. It gets progressively worse. Oh, I think somebody had an accident. Okay, I better put the wiper on. Not again. Don't like being under arrest.
Hey, what's behind this reckless driving?
I said I'd probably finish this. I'm not so convinced now. Oh well, even on easy, apparently I fail. That was the end. Never mind. We can continue. We can give this round another shot. Yeah, my car gets smashed up and quickly repaired. I mean, the car repair services around here were amazing. I believe this is like Rad Rally in the sense that there's no collision between your rivals and any other car, so they can drive straight through anything they want, which is massively unfair. There. I don't know if there's a priority glitch in the corner there with the cars and the rear view mirror, because they appear in front of it sometimes. That could be an emulation glitch, because System 32 emulation is not perfect. Apparently I'm doing worse this time because I've run out of time even earlier. Never mind. We will quit now. That was a Rad Mobile. Shall we rewind time a little bit? We're over 3 hours now, but I don't mind. I'll keep going for a little bit. Does System 32 have blending effects? Yes, it does. It was using them for the fog there on the windscreen when it got rainy. I think you can't necessarily blend everything against everything from what I remember. There are limits like any other piece of hardware, but I think it's slightly more flexible than the Saturn from memory. I don't know. I can't remember now. It's been a while since I looked at an emulation for it. So yeah, obviously the original Monaco GP is not in MAME as a playable game because it uses discrete circuits. It would have to be done as a netlist. It's not a CPU-based game. But there's this SG-1000 version of Monaco GP, which we can play briefly. Obviously not faithful to the arcade. It has features the arcade didn't have. I don't think you can jump in the original Monaco GP, but you can on here. Like it's quite a fast game for the SG-1000, yeah. It does have that sense of speed like F-Zero does. Monaco GP itself is actually quite a fast game. I have been lucky enough to play an original Monaco GP. Somebody should have put a bridge there. Yeah, there's blending effects are used in lots of places. Let's say there are limits to how you can use them. But I think it is slightly less limited than a Saturn. I jumped too early. Yeah, the blue stuff's ice, Bob. Unfortunately, it's not ice cream. If it was ice cream, I'd get out of the car and have some of it. But, no. The other blue stuff is water. But this blue stuff is... You can't jump on the ice either. Also, that blue stuff is my shadow, which is a very strange way of doing its shadow. But that comes up so quickly even when you're going slow. Anyway, Monaco GP for the SG-1000. I have not played Outrunners already. I could have a look at Outrunners. Is it set to one screen? It is not set to one screen. It's already on easiest. Okay. I've set it to easiest before and turned the advertising sound off. So I've already changed that, but I've not changed it to single screen view. A bit loud. Still a little bit loud. Let's go with the Speedbuster. Yeah, it does play a little bit more like burning rubber. Not too much. I mean, you're not meant to be crashing into things and destroying the enemies, but the jump feature does make it a little more like a jump and jump there. Now the sound will be on your left channel here because it's a two screen setup and I'm playing as the left player, so all your sound's going to be on the left, I'm afraid. That's just how the thing is. Is this? I don't think this is on the Saturn. It's on the Mega Drive, but the Mega Drive port is kind of bad. The controls aren't set up right here. Far more sensitive controls. Wasted loads of time now, but at least I can probably do the corners now. Yeah, I think people generally have only rate to be better too. To digital speed. Let's try this again. Yeah, I think the Saturn could have handled this one quite well. Let's actually try and play it to see if I get it first. So. Let's go with Mad Power. Yeah, that's because one PCB is powering two monitors, Nick. It's not really linked at all. It's the PCB outputs two monitors. What the System 32 multi-hardware is. It's one board that you connect two monitors to. I think you can. I think it might support linking more than one as well. But the reason there's two screens is more that's just how it was. But you might be able to link others. I've never tried. But Sega Sat did some work on the Sega ones. I think she looked at these ones. You can change the radio station. Put splash wave on. Yeah, that's what this one does. It lets you change the radio station in-game, which kind of became a fairly standard feature on these games after a while. Obviously the original Outrun you choose at the start mode at the start. If anybody's played Cool Riders, which I've not played today either, it's basically this game with a new coat of paint. That's a funny one. I've played Cool Riders a few times on stream, so I don't think I'll be playing Cool Riders today. We're probably going to get a 4-hour stream this time though, because we're over 3 hours, and I did start at 8 instead of 9, so. China. MAME doesn't really have very advanced speaker remapping options at the moment. It's something that the project desperately really needs as a way to let the user just map any speakers to any speakers, but it's not there yet. It is one of the areas that, you know, we're surprisingly behind the curve on, considering, you know, multi-channel sound's been around for a long time. yeah. I just run over people on bikes.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jake Elwood.
Don't want to make a radio station. Let's have some passing breeze. We're going to Germany, was that?
Good morning, everybody.
That was, what was... There's lots of tunes in this, you see. That was Splash Wave, I think. If that's the one you're meaning. Put this one on. The classic magical sound shower. I really should drive rather than play on our radio. But yeah, I remember working on the emulation of this in MAME back in the day, and it was a fun one to get up and running. Lots of little problems getting up and running though. It does use quite a few of the graphic features on the System 32 board, this one. And again, I'm not sure they're all 100% even today. Just little things like the headlight, the brake lights on the car lighting up. They're so subtle you can easily miss them. But that was one of the things that didn't work for a long time, but does seem to work these days. But then, you know, when Aaron rewrote the driver title fight broke completely. You know, the backgrounds are wrong, and some blending effects on Jurassic Park went wrong. And there's background colour issues all over the place. Golden Axe, Revenge of Death Adder is still missing. Some transition effects. Getting System 32 hardware right is not easy. More power. Oh dear. Oh well, the finish was right there.
I'll meet you here tomorrow, same time, babe.
Okay, so where shall we go now? No, that one was mentioned earlier, wasn't it? Starjacker. Let's have a look at Starjacker. Back to System 1 hardware. It's a shooter. And the high score table is Starjacker. It was close, and it was on easy too, so I've got no excuses. I think it was when I was playing radio. So this is one that your lives are basically the ships behind you. So you start off with 3 ships, which is you've got 3 lives. And as you lose your lives, you end up with less ships. You've got bomb like Xevious to take out things like that. I like the graphical style here. I think they've done a good job. It stands out. So they've not tried to make the gradients look smooth. They made them look all jagged, and visually that appeals to me. And the game itself is rather simple. Don't crash into things. Starjacker was released in North America by Saturn Electronics under license from Sega. Says as a guy, which yes. I don't know if there's a certain copyright, if they just left the Sega one intact. I can't remember. I crashed into the tower. Want to see the SG-1000 version of this? Yeah, we can have a look at that next, Bob. There's also an Italian game called Stunt Air, which is quite similar to this. Obviously, nothing to do with the Sega game in an official capacity, but they sort of ripped off the mechanic of having ships following your ships. That one has a bit of sprite flicker in MAME though at the moment. Not sure why. Maybe the board just has. But I won't be playing Stunt Air today because it's not by Sega and it's not on Sega hardware. I like things that flash like this. You can see them clearly. That is one of the good things about this game. You can clearly see what's coming towards you. You can see what you're meant to be shooting. There's nothing getting, blending in with the background and making it difficult to see. They've done a really good job here, and so many shooters get that wrong. You know, everything I'm meant to avoid, I can see. The vibrant colours, they flash. Even though they're fast moving, you know they're there. I still crash into them sometimes though. But there you go, you see I lost the third of my ships and it's game over. It is said that ELS ported Starjacker to the SG-1000. Is that ELS who did Yamato? So, I'll give this another credit. There's not much to see with it. It's a simple shooter really. But back in '83, shooters were simple. I don't know how much it loops and if it evolves much. I mean, the enemies were changing as I was going along there a little bit, Bob. But I've never played it extensively enough to know. I'm kind of bad at these games, and when you can't continue, you know, I usually get about the same distance and. That's it. Unless I put cheats on, then we find out. It's probably not going to have much in the way of content. Because it's an 83 game. It's a bit odd. It seems to start off easier when you've got the extra ships, and then gets harder as you lose them. So it's sort of the opposite of Moon Cresta, where you get more powerful. But yeah, we'll have a look at the SG-1000 version after I die here, which will probably not be too long. And then I'll have a look at my little list of interesting things we could be looking at. Well, there we go, you see. Now I have docked. Round 2. Back into the trench we go. You see, these red enemies weren't on the first run. You know, the first stage. So the stages are a little different. But I don't think it's going to have any dramatically different themes. You didn't have this section on the first stage either. And that's more what you're looking for with an early shooter. You're looking for, variety in the attacks. Maybe using the same graphics, but doing something a bit different with it. Making best use of the resources you have available. Low RAM capacity, but making sure things feel a little different. Yeah, I'm meant to be dying. There we go. I'm dying. I was getting a bit worried I hadn't died in a while. There we go. Completed the second level. But yeah, there's a lot of good System 1 games. And I feel maybe I should have covered some more of them. I get a bonus ship. I get an extra life, basically. Round 3. Is this going to be the final lap? So some green enemies. They weren't there before. No, with these orange, yellow ones. Which seem to have... I'm assuming if I hit the debris on those, it will kill me, so I'm avoiding it. So it may be more dangerous if you shoot them. I'm assuming. But that would kind of make sense. But yeah, they didn't do that before. Yeah, I thought they might. So yeah, game over. That was Starjacker. I didn't even get in the high score table, which was 30,000. I almost did. I was 600 points off. But that's quite a high default score. So the this is going to be horizontal, isn't it? Because it's April. There we go. So the SG-1000 Starjacker is quite loud, so we'll turn that down. It's got a little face on it. So I'll start with 4 lives. I can't go any lower than that. I mean, it scrolls. I lost one of my ships. Because yeah, they can collide with the lower ships too. So maybe it's not that much easier when you've got more ships. I didn't do this in the arcade version. Maybe you can do this in the arcade version, but I didn't manage to trigger it if you can. Big ship mode. If you're running things at the wrong refresh rate, there's always going to be tearing. The only way to get the refresh rate correct is by using a G-Sync monitor. Otherwise, you know, there's no good solution to that otherwise. Some other emulators hack around it in bad ways. This feels quite different to the arcade to play. Why did I think that was a pickup? I mean, I've still got the bomb, but I've not really seen anything to bomb with it. What is there to bomb in this version? Yeah, a lot of the SG-1000 games seem to have good sound. I have noticed that whenever I've been testing them. Oh dear. So yeah, altogether, it doesn't seem like a bad port of the game, really, that one. Not one I was originally going to play. But yeah, right. The next thing is incredibly boring, and I'm not going to play it for long, but it's one that I guess people are going to overlook in general. Apparently Sega did a game called Joker's Wild in 1991. Now, this is a poker game. The hardware contains original Sega customs, so it does seem to be developed by Sega. Maybe Sega America, I don't know, it's an American version. But yeah, it's just poker. So yeah, poker with poker cards. Yeah, apparently Sega made this. Doesn't even have a title screen as far as I know. So run it at full speed, it does nothing. So yeah, not thrilling, but probably not a Sega game most people are going to know about. It seems that it's the only thing in this driver. Maybe there are other Sega poker games, gambling games that should fit in this driver, but yeah, a unique PCB. I don't think we need to look at that anymore. There's not much I can say about it. Sega did some vector games too. We've not looked at a Sega vector game yet, so let's have a look at one. Let's have a look at Zector. Let's turn the volume down a little bit. So, Zector, a Sega vector game from '82. Now, I love these colour vector games. I think they look fantastic.
So you've come to take a salad back. You'll have to fight for it.
Approaching. Defense green 1.
So, yes.
Approaching. Defense green 2.
So it's quite a simple arena shooter, but using attractive vector graphics and speech. I really should move out the way of those things. I don't know why it does that white fill. It's what happens if you turn the overdrive settings on the vector shader up. It doesn't look like that at all without the shader. It's quite odd. Oh dear.
Ah, another warrior attempting to regain Betos. You will not take it from me.
I'm not currently working on any of the Mega Drive emulation for Minius. It really just needs replacing with a newer implementation. It's a little bit futile trying to fix what's there. And I don't really have time to completely rewrite it myself. And it's a little bit difficult to get right. And the performance will be quite bad. I think to do it all right, you have to run the VDP and sync as if it's a CPU. And sync it to every pixel whenever anything changes, and it wouldn't be fun. Zector was developed at Gremlin Industries. Yeah, I always got Gremlin Industries when I see Gremlin confused with the Gremlin Graphics, the UK company, but they're an entirely different entity. But I think that's what confused some people back in the day, because a lot of the time when there were Sega sets that said Gremlin on the title screen, they got marked as UK sets, because I think people thought it was, you know, Gremlin Graphics UK. But, it's a different Gremlin. Bad at this. It does. All these vector games look and sound great. I'm just very bad at them. There's that Eliminator as well, and Tac Scan, and what's the Space Fury? Space Fury is an odd one because the different sets have different voices. I might show that in a minute. But it's assumed that all versions of Space Fury are original, but they did significantly change the speech on the parent set, the one that's current. I'm just driving into bullets now. You can bounce off those, they don't kill you. But obviously, this is quite an Asteroids-like game, isn't it? But more colourful. But again, you're shooting things, they're evolving into other forms. And they're shooting you. You can't wrap off the screen though. Or hyperspace. Don't touch that one. Don't get shot. Yeah, this has got the one of the shaders turned on. Andre. It's not the standard CRT shader because it's not a CRT game in the traditional sense. It's a vector monitor, but it's got a different shader on.
Another warrior attempting to regain Betos. You will not take it from me.
Oh dear.
Approaching. Defense screen 1. Approaching. Defense screen 2. Approaching. Defense screen 3.
Oops. No, don't get that. Double KO. Yeah. So yeah. So that was Zector, and things like Space Fury are quite similar. But this is what I mean by the voice on Space Fury.
So, a creature for my amusement. Prepare for battle.
See, that's the voice on that set.
So, a creature for my amusement. Prepare for battle.
It's much lower pitched on that set. And people seem more familiar with this set. A lot of people have reported that as a main bug, but I think it seems to be a difference in the two code revisions.
So, you defeated my scouts. Well,
Now we're
my
quite
cruisers
Mooncrester-like with
will
them.
destroy you.
The extra docked ship part.
You are starting to annoy me, creature. My destroyers will annihilate you.
I do love these old games with speech in too. They're really good. Oop, that's not where I want to go. Oh, don't dock.
You survive. Warships, dispose of this annoyance at once.
Oops. Yeah, I mean, it's more asteroids-like than Bosconian, I would say. But it does have this it kind of reminds me of Sinister because of the speech, of course. I am getting beat.
Our battle is completed, warrior. You were a
Yeah,
stimulating opponent.
There's an undubbed Japanese voiced version of this and Astro Blasters. I was not aware of that. There's probably a lot of undubbed Japanese things that hopefully will one day show up. But who knows? Who knows? Run a coward. We are 3 hours 40 minutes into the stream. And I'm looking at my lists of games. We should probably do the one that I used the created my Sega logo background from, shouldn't we? Well, technically I created it from this and Columns 2, but we're not playing Columns 2. Holocene. This is in a special hologram cabinet, so the figures look like they were standing up. And this is the Sega logo that I borrowed and applied some filters to. So this was a conversion for the Laserdisc game Time Traveller, I guess because Laserdiscs were not very reliable, and this simple fighting game was more reliable.
Welcome! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Holosseum, the Martial Arts World Championship Competition. Pulse-pounding action guaranteed. Now let's introduce the fighters.
So I'll be this guy.
Player 1, Karate Shiha. Dave?
Who's Dave?
First challenger is Muay Thai Warrior.
Are there any Japanese MAME developers? Not so much these days. They used to be, but a lot of them have moved on.
Ready, fight!
Yeah, this was a bit of a novelty game. And if you played it on a cabinet, it's kind of impressive looking. It doesn't play well. Nothing can make it play well. But you know, the visuals of seeing these characters stood upright is impressive if you've played a cabinet with the actual hologram effect.
Round 2.
It's
Ready, fight!
I mean, it can't have proper backgrounds or anything like that. It has to do things this way because of the cabinet type it used. It could probably have been a better game in terms of play, animation. But you're paying for the novelty if you play this one. You're paying to see two little guys fighting inside a cabinet that makes them look like they're real.
No one can survive my kick.
Round 3. Ready, fight!
But yeah, it's a bit of a waste of System 32 hardware. It doesn't use any of the background layers or anything fancy. It's just a couple of sprites, from what I remember. Again, I guess they had the hardware going spare and it didn't cost them much, and it kept Time Traveller cabinets alive when the Laserdiscs were failing, I suppose.
You win! It seems he managed to win.
I managed to win.
The next challenger is Chinese
It's only got the
Wushu
4 characters, I
Master,
think, as well.
Professor
Don't think there's even
Chen.
any boss characters.
Are you ready for the time of your life?
The
Round
time of my
1.
life.
Ready, fight!
It's kind of got that ER Kung Fu feel to it, but obviously without all the crazy jumping. But it's that get your kicking and punching at the right time, rather than special moves or anything fancy. Yeah, the reflection on the cabinet would make it look like the reflection was flat on the ground and the fighters were stood upright. It's very specifically drawn the way it is for the cabinet. And if you do get a chance to play a real cabinet, even if the game is garbage, I would definitely recommend putting a coin in just to see the effect. Yeah, it's a novelty.
Round 3.
Obviously you lose all that in MAME, but I figured since I borrowed the Sega logo from this, I'd better actually play it on the stream. Now, Time Traveller Laserdisc game isn't emulated in MAME yet, but that's due to Laserdisc captures and stuff. Hopefully one day it will be.
You lose.
CPU beat me.
Fight again.
No, I don't wish to fight again. I mean, even without the cabinet, I do find the visual style quite appealing. But yeah, it is a garbage game to play, unfortunately. Right, where shall we go? I'm putting on what appears to be a very good port. Let's have a look at the Sharp X68K once more. And Fantasy Zone. Now this is a Demper port of the Sega game, done in '89. Yeah, SDI, I should look at SDI, shouldn't I? I was going to look at SDI, or Defense as it's also known. Nice little animated loading screen we have here. Replicates the line scroll effect from the arcade. When it up, press start. Music seems to be done perfectly. And best I can tell, this is as close to the arcade version as you're going to get for a port. One of those ports where, you know, people say the X68K is really good at arcade ports, and you'll see this and you will agree. It is certainly well done. Yeah, SDI's got really good controls because it's dual control. We'll have a look at that in a bit. You move your player with a stick and you've got a trackball to aim. It also has an intro where the Twin Towers get blown up, so there's that. I do know how to play Fantasy Zone. But yeah, if I was to see this running and nobody told me this was a port, I would just think this was the arcade version. To my eyes, there's no difference. Or my ears. What did CPS 1 add to this? Don't know what you mean. I'm not sure what CPS 1 has to do with this. Hey, Youngie, hope you're doing well. Good to see you. And Sega does what Nintendo don't. Which they often do. Old advertising slogan there. You know, to be this good takes ages, Sega. That one too. Unfortunately, that is game over on Fantasy Zone. Not my best run, but as you can see, it's a really good port to the X68K, this one. And if you own an X68K, yeah, I definitely recommend picking up Fantasy Zone for it. Seems to be a fantastic HUD. The X68K was used for some CPS development, but otherwise it's not similar in any way whatsoever. It's completely unrelated. It's like a lot of European stuff was done on Amigas. The arcade hardware is nothing like the Amiga. Let's play, yeah, SDI Defense. Right, so as I say, it starts with the Twin Towers being blown up, which is a great intro. But this was known as Defence in some regions, I think, and SDI in others. I'm not really sure where it was sold as Defence, but yeah, it was sold as Defence. So we're playing that version. So you have a joystick to move your satellite around, then you've got your trackball to move the cursor to fire. And it's a little bit missile commandy in the sense that you've got to stop things reaching the other side. There's also, I think, targets you can blow up on the planets. A little bit quiet, I apologise for that. I can't really do much about that. I do think MAME needs a way to bring the volumes up as well as down, but maybe one day that'll happen. I'd say the only thing that the X68K and CPS1 really have in common is they both use the 68K. I mean, it's got video modes that can approximately do things like CPS, which is why it's useful for development, but it's definitely not that similar otherwise. I mean, you know, the CPS ports on the X68K aren't even perfect. Like Final Fight's not got as many enemies on screen. I don't know where this myth that it absolutely does perfect CPS ports because they were developed on it comes from, because the versions on there aren't perfect. Yeah, if anybody knows why this game was also released as Defence as well as SDI and what regions got it as Defence, I'd be curious to know. I'm kind of thinking maybe it's one of those like strange German things where Germany sometimes got oddly renamed games or something, but I don't know. Never been sure. No, the X68K's got more features than CPS, I'd say. Just they're not all suitable for gaming. I mean, the X68K is a computer. It's got all sorts of video modes that CPS can't do. It's just not as powerful in some ways and more powerful in other ways. And the X68K can do all sorts of blending modes, and CPS can't do any of that. It's got windowing modes and other things, and again, CPS can't do any of that. And as Crazy C said, the X68K's got bitmap layers. The CPS is just really sprites. 68K is Z80 sprites and some tile maps where the tile maps can do row scroll and things like that. It's not all that complex. I think it's 3 layers with tiles up to 32 by 32. My monitor turned off because I love it when it does that. Monitor turns off because of power saving. So I died. But yeah, it's CPS has got layers with 8 by 8 tiles, 16 by 16 tiles, and 32 by 32 tiles, and it's got some sprites. And you can do masking effects by putting sprites below tile maps and above other sprites and things, and it's fairly basic. It's a sort of by the numbers arcade system. No fancy blending effects, no bitmap modes. Fairly simple spriteless format. I'm back here again. Yeah, there's a moon base defended by 70s and 80s space technology, Bob. Apparently you can't shoot yourself. But yeah, this one was broken in MAME for a while actually, because strangely enough, it uses the flip screen feature of the hardware for some of the different levels to flip the planet graphics, and they didn't quite work properly. They do these days, but for quite a while they didn't. Anyway, we are almost on 4 hours, not 5 hours. That would be a very long time. Probably not going to have time to do things like Alien Soldier on the Mega Drive that I was kind of hoping to do. But so you get these defensive sections, which are even more like Missile Command. But I think you get the idea. It's not a bad game. Shall we put something random on? Let's put a Mega Drive game on. This is a Sunsoft game on Mega Drive hardware. It's a Japanese only release, and it's a tile matching thing. And also it's got different themes. You can change the theme from the menu. I don't know why, but you would have thought maybe. This is... So leave that one alone. Push these, push these. I'm not good at this. In fact, I can't remember how to solve most of the levels. It's a little bit Sokoban-like in the sense that the levels are puzzles. Where do I get this? I don't need the 7, do I? I can push that way. But yeah, this is a Japanese-only Mega Drive game from Sunsoft. And oh dear. I can undo some moves, but I don't think there's much I can do. I think that's restart, isn't it? If I push them down instead, I might be able to get somewhere. But yeah, sometimes they'll just turn into useless rocks. Can I push this way? Yeah. Yeah, Germany had very specific laws. I can't go anywhere here. I can't push that way. That's useless. So all I can do is push this way. Oh, that's no good. So yeah, I don't know how to complete this level. So let's change the theme again. But this is, I think because it's entirely in Japanese, this is rather an overlooked puzzle game. I don't like this theme because it's not so obvious what you can and can't push. No, I don't want to restart. It's a very I think I do prefer the final theme. It's the easiest one to tell what you can push. But unless it's a mechanic I'm not understanding, I don't know how to do this level. Oh, yeah, I can push those that way, can't I, once I've done that? Okay. So it probably has more to do with that. Okay, yeah. I probably completely messed it up, but I kind of get the idea at least. Oh no, I can get to the exit, that's quite easy. Now I've got lots of things. Push that there, gets rid of both of those. But a cute little hopping bunny, you see. Who doesn't like a cute little hopping bunny? I'm sure I've messed this up now completely, but I probably sort of meant to push these up here like this and push these into here. But yeah, I think there's a decent puzzle game in here that basically nobody is going to have been playing. I'm not saying it's to everybody's taste, because it certainly won't be. But if you do like your puzzle games, you might like this one. Then we'll do that. Okay, there we go. There are ports on other systems too, NES, Game Gear. I've not played those ports. I was not aware of them. Although, maybe I have seen it on the Game Gear actually. But this is, I say, it's a nice, gentle, relaxing game. Very soothing music. Potentially devious puzzles. Obviously there are multiple solutions to every level. You've played it on something. I like the way you can change the themes on this, but anyway. I just thought I'd end with that one. So there are a lot of Sega games I've not covered, but that's a fun little game by Sunsoft on the Mega Drive. And you know, I did say Sega hardware. I'm just going to have a quick look at my list to make sure there's nothing vital that I wanted to show. I did want to have maybe a look at the Game Boy version of Head-On, but Head-On's not that exciting, to be honest, so we can skip that. And maybe some PC ports. There was Altered Beast on the PC Engine, but it's average. Some more Mega Drive Master System games, maybe. Razzmatazz, Ixion. I wanted to have another quick look at Ixion. Yeah, I should look at Ixion very briefly. I've played Ixion on a previous stream, but it's one I really enjoy. So let's quickly fire up Ixion to end it. Actually, so this is quite an odd Sega game. Apparently, a prototype. But yeah, I covered this one when the emulation was improved in MAME. So it's one with a spinner. So I've got to eliminate everything. As you can see, the Ixion letters do light up properly now. In older versions of MAME they never did. You can push that thing around to heal tiles. Or you can pick it up to end the level. So it's kind of an odd concept. So I can just pick up that quickly and end the level if I want to. Otherwise I can blast all these things and try and get the letters. There we go, spell Ixion. It's a bit loud. There we go, sorry. Now this is the bonus round where I'm trying to heal as many tiles as I can, I think. Yeah. But yeah, I say I covered this, as it was a bit loud before, so I say I covered this one when it was fixed. But it's a very original game. So you can't go over the black spaces, but you can heal the black spaces by kicking the ball thing around, by shooting it. Or you can end the level any time by picking up the ball. use a spinner to rotate your player. See, now I'm kind of trapped, so I have to try and shoot that thing to make it move to heal some tile and not get shot. I can quickly end the levels. Not sure what the strategy is in terms of if it's a good idea to try and end levels quickly, but you see, if I get caught here, I'm in trouble. I can try and get that to heal me, not in time. Hey, more fruit. Welcome. This is the final game of the stream, though, because we are over the 4-hour mark now. So, it's good to see you, but you might want to rewind and watch it on catch-up if you've just joined, because in about 2 or 3 minutes I will be ending the stream. So... yeah, I love games that are original concepts, and I've not really played that many that are especially original concepts tonight, which is a shame. But this is one of them. That's why I wanted to throw this in at the very end, even though I've played it on stream before. It's just because it's a bit different. So let's try and heal as many towers as I can before the timer runs out. There we go. I was one off getting a bonus. I had to look at Golden Axe earlier. I played the Wonderswan colour version of Golden Axe. This was developed at Sega Electronics, formerly Gremlin. And apparently didn't get released, which is a real shame, because I think it's a good game. But yeah. Okay, a quick blast on that, and I think that is where we will bring the stream to the end. An end. So, close that. Go to my normal big view. Oh, hello. My hand's always more focused than my face. That's quite annoying, but not the best camera. Anyway, thank you to everybody for being here and watching and joining in the chat. It's been good as always to be able to talk to everybody and have you all watch these games I've been playing rather badly. I hope there are some that you weren't aware of that maybe you've seen today, ports or anything else. So I've tried to do more obscure things, not always go for the most popular games. That's why I say I've been looking at ports, looking at maybe games I didn't know myself worked in MAME, like the Saturn Blast Wind game, which you have to turn off the recompiler for. And, showing off the Space Harrier improvement, even if it's just a little countdown thing on startup. It's a nice little improvement to be able to show off, because a lot of the improvements these days in MAME are small things, but they bring us that little bit closer to perfection, and that's always good to see for me. But yeah, it's after midnight now, so I'm not going to waffle on too much. But again, it's been great seeing everybody, and I hope whatever time is you enjoy the rest of your day or have a good night, because if it's, I guess there's quite a few people from Europe and the UK here still, and it's late. I mean, it's after midnight here, like I said, but US viewers probably a bit earlier in the day, so you might have time to go and do some other things. But I'll catch you on the next one. And yeah, say France, UK here, yeah, people all over the place. So anyway, take care, everybody. And I don't know when the next stream will be. I still want to try and put together some sort of old 8-bit computer one for this, the Clive Sinclair type thing, and maybe look at some Sam Coupe. But it does take time to prepare, so I can't promise when the next one will be. It could be soon, it could be a week or so. But we'll see. Take care, everybody, and I will catch you on the next one. At least I hope I will. So, bye.